Oh, we ready? I think we're live. I don't frickin' know. I honestly never know. I just know that we have some reacts today that we're gonna do. We're basically gonna do TV. If you want something to listen to while you're working out, this is the show for you. Sit back, relax. I'm gonna put on some videos. Videos you might not have seen before. Videos you might have seen before. The point is, this is just cozy hour. Reacts not guaranteed. We're playing Madden. That's the real bulk of the content that we're doing today. That's what we're focusing on. We didn't get much sleep today. We stayed up till about 4 in the morning. We slept till about noon. We had some business to attend to. At the Deep Fat Fried Onion Nuggets channel. Watching the 24-hour Manitauntlet. That was brutal. They just finished up, by the way. Support those guys. Let me just make sure everything's all Gucci and the coochie. Yep, everything's all good. Yep. Okay, so let me just put on the video I was gonna react to, or watch, listen to.
Oh, what?
Ad!
You've made your last game, kid. Sorry you got twisted up in this scene.
The ideology of Mr. House, Fallout New Vegas.
Where you're kneeling must seem like an 18-carat run of bad luck. Truth is,
the game
was rigged from the start.
Hey, you. Finally awake. Fallout New Vegas. Literary and coding master. Oh, I love Fallout New Vegas. Now, that's not to say I hate Fallout 3 or 4 and the general direction Bethesda took the game series. You can check out Aaron Signal's video for that discussion. Notice me, senpai. But I find the central premise of New Vegas more interesting. The core question of Fallout 3 boils down to a binary good-bad. Do you do a genocide, or do you not do a genocide?
Pretty much. Your choices matter.
Why did you order 20 gallons of hot sauce?
Why did you order 20 gallons of gallons? You ever considered that? 20 gallons of gallons? And gallons of allens of gallons of gallons?
New Vegas, by contrast, asks the kind of question that keeps people talking about the game a decade after it was published.
Oh, yeah.
At its core, New Vegas is about the ways human societies develop, and it's asking whether the societies of the post-apocalypse should rebuild with the values of the prior world in mind, or if a new world demands a new approach.
It means a nationalist, imperialist, totalitarian, homogenous culture that obliterates the identity of every group it conquers. Long-term stability at all costs. The individual has no value beyond his utility to the state, whether as an instrument of war or
Fuck
production.
Caesar.
Caesar has an answer about how the
Caesar has
post-apocalyptic
an answer
wasteland
for
should look.
everything.
It's a horrifying what-if-we-merged triumph of the will with Roman cosplay kind of answer, but it is a response to the challenges of the wasteland, and it's one that's been thought through. It's also one that's produced results. Traders argue dealing in Caesar's land is safer than NCR territory. One of your companions, Raul, says that the Legion brought stability to Arizona.
But I've been to Arizona, boss.
Before the Legion, it was a nasty place. So thick with raiders, you couldn't trade with a town 2 miles up the road.
Another companion, Cass, laments the safety of Legion traders and the security of Legion territories.
There's some caravans that deal with the Legion, yes. And as much as it pains me to say it, any caravan marked by the Legion is safe as houses. They guard their roads, their supply lines. Even fiends would hesitate before going after any trader dealing with Legion.
Because they get crucified.
Caravan life would be a hell of a lot easier if they ran the roads.
So on the one hand, Caesar's rule with an iron power fist has brought stability to the lands he rules. And on the other, have you lost your fucking mind? Fascists, you're trying to spin fascism. Why would you ever consider this a viable path to reconstruction?
Women are physically and intellectually inferior to men.
So the dictator dead.
Yeah, this is kind of annoying. But like, the game is very political. So this is going to be a really political video, obviously. Fallout New Vegas is probably the most political video game besides, like, I don't know, Disco Elysium. It is a very outwardly political video game. What are the politics of Fallout New Vegas? We're finding out. But Caesar's ideology is fascism. Caesar is a totalitarian, nationalist, authoritarian, isolationist, bigot, sexist, who wants to control the wasteland with a brute force. And he is winning the war, for the most part. But have you considered that he's a fascist? But fascism looks cool, and they look cool though, and they're badass, and I don't want to get fucked up by the guys when I go into Novak, and I don't want to get fucked up by Caesar's Legion, so I'm gonna join them so I don't get fucked up. You're a pussy, and you should join. You should just kill them all. Yes man ending. Wild card, baby.
Offense already at the line, set to get going.
Anyway.
Choose
your own ending.
We turn to democracy for salvation. The NCR.
Fuck the NCR.
Citizens of the NCR are richer, freer, and enjoy a degree of stability many wastelands.
There is no future
According to
for
the
the
game's official
wasteland.
guide I stole off LibGen, citizens of the NCR rarely face significant dangers on a daily
My
basis.
playthrough
And
is
survival
like
is an assumption
so
rather than an
fucked
aspiration.
up.
Ask
It
almost
is-
any
it's
NCR
rough.
citizen, and he or she will tell you the NCR is the greatest nation on Earth, and it's only going to get better. For over 65 years, it's gotten bigger, stronger, and richer. NCR citizens get to choose their leaders, they have rights guaranteed by law, and a lot of people are making good caps and moving up in life. Slavery is illegal in NCR territory. Ghouls and mutants are given rights and protections by the NCR they don't enjoy in the Legion or Enclave. Women have the same political freedoms as men in the NCR. They can even serve in the military. If you have the confirmed bachelor perk, you can
More
find out
girl
through Major
boss
Knight at
bombers.
Mojave Outpost that homosexuality is accepted within the NCR, if not its frontiers.
Nope. Oh, Knight. You must not be from around here. If so, it doesn't do to get too friendly. This isn't the Republic. Oddly enough, Legion's a little more forgiving about friendships. Out here, it's not as accepted.
People might grumble about NCR taxes, people in the Mojave have a strong independent streak, but compared to the Legion, there's no contest. Liberty trumps totalitarianism.
True.
And we see this in democracy is linked to human well-being. Freer nations have richer, happier populations than authoritarian ones. In the NCR's endings, assuming you do all the side questing, which, like, what else am I going to do now I'm unemployed? The NCR brings increased trade, protection, peace, and freedom to its annexed territories. It also brings relief efforts to the people. Based on real-world allegories, we can extrapolate economic freedom and democracy are inexorably linked to the betterment and long-term stability of society.
Totally!
At L'Oreal.
Totally! Yeah, definitely.
And the Oilers add 6 to their lead.
That's definitely how that works. He was showing photo of January 6th. If you were wondering.
Linked to the betterment and long-term stability of society. Okay, so Fallout New Vegas is known for its depth and complexity, and the NCR is no exception. In the abstract, the NCR represents progress. Citizens enjoy a quality of life thanks to its growing economy and its modes of government. But the devil's in the detail. If you want to put an academic spin on it, Jose Medina and Antonio Gramsci wrote about the ideas of democracy in their books The Epistemology of Resistance and Prison Notebooks, respectively. Gramsci talks of cultural hegemony, an idea that says that the ruling classes influence the values, norms, and ideas of the rest of society. We tacitly agree with the way things are, and we work backwards from there. If you live in a liberal democracy, then the NCR represents the pre-war status quo. It's most like the United States, but arguably it's a stand-in for all liberal democracies. It follows that the dominant values of the NCR are going to be the ones that the player has passively absorbed over their lifetime. Both Gramsci and Medina identify that in every culture exists pockets of counterculture, and it's the job of the citizen to identify these cultural pockets and become a little bit more aware of the critiques and challenges to the ways we see the world. Part of the brilliance of Fallout New Vegas' writing is that by presenting the player with a stand-in for liberal democracy in the form of the NCR, they can create sufficient distance from contemporary democracies that we can become more aware of the issues that exist within them. If the question New Vegas is asking is, what is the best way for human societies to develop, then we have to acknowledge the NCR only brings the peace, freedoms, and safety nets to the Mojave Wasteland if you force it to. You have to actively persuade the followers of the apocalypse to help the NCR before the NCR helps expand the medical services to the people of Freeside. You have to actively intervene to stop the NCR slaughtering the kings and create a proper relief effort for the people of Freeside. There's a whole side quest involving Cassidy caravans in the NCR where you can either carry out an under-the-table deal with the people who destroyed her caravan to help the NCR secure the region. It's a trap. Fall back. Or you can wipe out the families that destroyed Cassidy caravans and disrupt supply chains in the east. Or you can bring the Vangraffs and Crimson Caravan companies to trial for destroying Cassidy caravans. The fact that last option exists at all implies that there is a system of judicial oversight in the NCR that's independent of political meddling. However, left to their own devices, the injustices that permeate the NCR are the ones that prevail. I mean, yeah, it's possible for the followers of the Apocalypse and the NCR to work together, but it's far more likely the followers will be driven out the area altogether. Yeah, it's possible to broker a peace between the NCR and Brotherhood of Steel, but their initial instinct is to destroy them. Yeah, it's possible to broker peace with the Great Khans, but same deal. And if you do broker peace, the Great Khans are forcibly relocated to a reservation. It's possible NCR's defeat in the Mojave will prompt a reassessment of their imperialism, but a decisive victory at Hoover Dam is likely to serve more as a vindication. The NCR might sound like a pluralist democracy on paper, but it has very little time for the communities who wish to remain independent of it, and it doesn't exactly have the interest of the occupied peoples in mind. The NCR holds a virtual monopoly over water reserves in the Mojave, charging extortionate rates for water, and that monopoly is making the people of Westside destitute. If the player decides to restore the solar plant at Helios 1, then the NCR wants the power produced at Helios 1 to be diverted to the Strip and McCarran. The NCR isn't concerned with the needs of the region or the citizens living in the poorest region of New Vegas. It's interested in itself. The game's official guide makes it clear that the NCR is host to a multitude of systemic injustices. Systemic injustices that have flourished under the reactionary President Kimball. For example, in theory, super mutants enjoy equal rights under the law, but in practice, mutants are often the victims of hate crimes. NCR senators are hiring mercenaries to harass the mutant settlement of Jacobstown to justify wiping them out because they win electoral support by drumming up anti-mutant sentiment. And it's not like the NCR was a bastion of equality to begin with. Some mutie with... Jesus, you can't say that! The NCR will sidestep and ignore rules that protect prisoners of war, and Kimball is looking to strip the little protections they have. The NCR isn't exactly a meritocracy either. In fact, it's made very clear corruption is a major issue within the NCR. Just listen to Cass complain about tolls NCR officers put on caravans.
And Legion, from what I've heard, they don't do the stop tolls on the roads or in the outposts like some NCR quartermasters do. You're lucky if you turn a profit sometimes if some new officer gets assigned a route. The fees just get worse.
General Oliver, the brains behind keeping the dam for the Republic, got the position over Colonel Shue not on merit, but by knowing President Kimball.
I heard. He'd be a general right now if Oliver didn't know the president.
The overturning of anti-monopoly laws under President Kimball confers enormous power to Brahmin barons, both political and economic, even to the detriment of the Republic's own soldiers.
You've seen it yourself. Some of them don't even have proper service rifles or armor. Our heavy infantry, power armor units, they're back in NCR territory protecting the interests of Brahmin barons against small-time raiders. Brahmin barons only have one vote at the ballot box, but they have a lot of money to throw around.
Senator Morales is in the pockets of Brahmin barons, as this mercenary note from Jacobstown describes, and Senator Weston, another Brahmin baron from Fallout 2, tried to subvert President Tandy's foreign policy to collude with New Reno and bully Vault City into joining the NCR. Actually, the NCR gets involved in a lot of this kind of, covert meddling in imperialism. Bring the lights of civilization to the savages. Wait, you can't say that. The NCR considers politically assassinating kings who are against the NCR's interests ahead of a diplomatic solution. And one of the ways you can deal with the Great Khans is by assassinating their leader to install one more amenable to NCR interests. In fact, the Great Khans in New Vegas serve as a bit of a parable for the ways the first people of America were brutalized by U.S. imperialism. The Bitter Springs Massacre shares more than a few parallels with the Massacre of Wounded Knee, where American cavalrymen murdered more than 300 Native Americans, many of whom were women and children.
When our children, our sick and old, fled through a nearby pass, the NCR gunned them down.
Bitter Springs happened. Women and children died when the NCR attacked the Great Khans there, and the NCR just pretends it never happened.
On the schedule, let's get right into it. Our journey through the NFL starts now. In Tampa, the Buccaneers at home to take on the Texans. And this is Dameon Pierce. Spots an opening, capitalizes on it, 15 yards for the touchdown. The Bucs up their record to 5-2 as they get the victory here. Next up,
this makes NCR sound like an awful option, but again, we have to consider the idea of epistemic resistance. Some of the instability and injustice the NCR creates is the result of it being stretched too thin. The NCR would like to help Prim, but they don't have the resources to. The NCR wants to help the refugees of the Legion, but they struggle to do so with the resources they have. The NCR officer leading the relief effort in Freeside says the NCR wanted to coordinate a relief effort with the Kings before their envoy was attacked. We might read the NCR like we'd read a lot of representative democracies. Messy webs of conflicting interests, all trying to exert their own influence on the democracy machine. The democracy machine has both the capacity for injustices to gain dominance and the means by which we can resist these injustices. The myriad of NCR endings on offer highlight the tension between the ideal of democracy and the reality of it. The game space provides the player the mechanisms to either enable or counteract the NCR's worst impulses.
Their flag speaks to their spirit. They're split like any two-headed animal, trying to go in different directions, ending up nowhere.
The NCR isn't a clear win for people, but even though the NCR entered the Mojave for imperialist reasons, the tools of epistemic resistance present within the Republic structure and within the game space can, and do, allow the player to strive towards the messy ideal of democracy. If New Vegas is going to be read as an analysis of development, then the broad stroke assessments of the NCR from earlier still hold. NCR citizens are richer and freer than other wastelanders, and the tools of democracy allow the player to challenge and correct the less savory aspects of the Republic. To get players to back Legion over NCR, Legion would need to make a convincing case that trading political freedoms for security is a trade worth considering. And siding with the Legion doesn't even guarantee security. Most in-game intel says that the only thing holding the Legion together is Caesar. Without him, the Empire disintegrates into infighting and violence.
I think only Caesar can lead the Legion. I've never met anyone who could take his place. I couldn't. I never had a mind for logistics. I don't know Lanius, but from what I've heard, he has no interest in leading anyone, unless it's in battle. No. The Legion dies with Caesar.
Yep.
What follows now are just the last steps of a man who does not yet realize that he's walking dead.
And Caesar has a brain tumor that will kill him without your intervention. In 4 out of 5 timelines, Caesar fucking dies.
I thank you for saving my life.
Which means the Legion's position is, listen kid, I took a cursory glance at the Hegel Wikipedia page, which makes me the most qualified candidate for God Emperor. So sacrifice all your material freedoms in exchange for, I don't know, 5-year stability 10 tops. And that doesn't offer a meaty enough critique of liberal democracy to encourage the player to abandon it. But there is a faction that might. Mr. House.
Kindly hand over your feet.
There's another! There's another! There's another! There's another! Mr. Yes Man! Mr. Hey! You're forgetting about my favorite character, Mr. Robot. Well, the other Mr. Robot.
With his robot army, Mr. House can push both the Legion and NCR out of New Vegas and southern Nevada and assert control over the region. Mr. House is where you'll find the more interesting critique of building the world in the shadow of liberal democracy. At face value, Mr. House isn't that different from Caesar's Legion. As a YouTuber talking about authoritarianism, I'm contractually obligated to bring up Earth fascism, but I'm also not going to do that, because Earth fascism isn't a good framework to analyze Mr. House at all. Instead, we're going to rely on modernism and totalitarianism, rethinking the intellectual sources of Nazism and Stalinism 1945 to present for our working definition of authoritarianism. Authoritarianism is characterized by the following traits: power concentrated in the hands of a few, the need for a regime to exist on some sort of emotional need, a necessary evil to combat societal ills, suppression of anti-regime activity, and vague, broad powers granted to the ruler. Let's work through this list. Mr. House is an authoritarian. He says so.
I prefer the term autocrat.
And this autocracy is defined as necessary in the face of clear societal ills. Throughout the game, he states he alone can fix the Mojave, that his actions are part of a necessary greater good, because the other two factions don't offer real solutions.
New Vegas is more than a city. It's the remedy to mankind's derailment. The city's economy is a blast furnace in which can be forged the steel of a new rail line running straight to a new horizon.
Mr. House isn't above suppressing anti-regime activity either. If you work for Mr. House, he states that the Brotherhood of Steel are an understandable threat to his regime.
Given the Brotherhood's fanatical views on technology, they can be counted on to oppose my regime. They'll never accept my using an army of robots to defend New Vegas. While it's a fight I can win, I'd rather sidestep it altogether.
And the immersives. But his persecution of other groups is more...
Mr. House is crazy. Mr. House literally was like, hey, I just want to sidestep all conflict. If you can, like, just go in there and either kill them all or just talk to them, that's A-okay with me. You do what you gotta do. It's up to you, man. The House always wins. You do what you gotta do.
Tenuous? If the Kings work with the NCR and Freeside, they're wiped out for disloyalty. And keep in mind, the Kings work with the NCR to help the people of Freeside, not out of any love for the Republic. But the similarities with Legion end there. For one, House relies on voluntary contracts with the 3 tribes of the Strip. The casinos operate fairly autonomously. Well, I mean, unless they violate their contract. Did you know the White Glove Society are eating people again?
No, I was not aware of this. Is it really so hard not to engage in cannibalism? My goodness. It's a violation of their contract. I authorize you to deal with them in any way you see fit.
Yeah. Should have read the terms and conditions. Mr. House also states that he has no interest in governing the lives of those around him. Caesar's Legion, by contrast, strong-arms tribes into joining and assimilates them entirely. For the Legion, the citizen is merely a tool of the state. Caesar controls virtually all aspects of the social life of his subjects. That includes restrictions on things such as has no qualms about sex work or homosexuality or what people otherwise do with themselves. Another separator, Mr. House wants some sort of peaceful relationship with the powers to the west. He doesn't consider himself ideologically opposed to the NCR in the same way Caesar does. Like, compare this.
No, I'll destroy it because it's inevitable that it be destroyed. It's Hegelian dialectics, not personal animosity.
To this.
Why would I want to go to war against the NCR? They're my best customers. If their leaders weren't scheming to steal Vegas out from under me, I'd have no troubles with the NCR at all.
Vegas's economy depends on the consumerism of the NCR. A cordial relationship between the NCR and House is essential for the tourist economy, and so House can sell water and power to the NCR. 5 caps a gallon! Nationalize New Vegas! It also benefits Mr. House to have as peaceful a transition of power as possible if he forces the withdrawal of the NCR from Vegas. His plan to assert himself as an independent power counts on peaceful coexistence. If House does assert his claim, you can negotiate terms of the NCR's withdrawal from the dam with General Oliver. Relations are tense. Neither are friends, but they can live as neighbors. Unless the citizens of the NCR demand retribution for losing New Vegas, there is potential for these communities to coexist with one another. Sound familiar?
We've got the final quarter upon us. We get ready to start the fourth.
One another. Sound familiar?
Part 3. The ideology of Mr. House.
It might be easy to think of Mr. House as some sort of Cap-istan. Boo! But a more correct way to think of Mr. House might be Singapore. Singapore's model of development is commonly known as the developmental state, or state capitalism, sometimes referred to as authoritarian capitalism. Developmental states, in contrast to free market states, endorse strong state intervention in the economy, extensive market regulation, and industrial planning. They also tend to be very top-down and very authoritarian in their politics. Developmental states rose as a challenge to the Washington Consensus, which said that private free markets are the best way for human societies to develop. The Washington Consensus said that state intervention should be limited because the societal costs are worse than the gains, and developmental states turned around and said, no. According to the paper, Systemic Vulnerability and the Origins of the Developmental States, Northeast and Southeast Asia in Comparative Perspective, these kinds of states only emerge in conditions of systemic vulnerability, often defined by 3 things. Broad coalitional commitments that stem from the threat of mass unrest that may follow from a deterioration in living standards with coalitions usually built by mutual contracts. Heightened need for foreign exchange and war material caused by severe threats to national security and a scarcity of easy revenue sources like oil or sugar. Mr. House has all 3, baby! According to the paper on systemic vulnerability, coalitions are built when there is a perceived imminent threat. When the NCR initially mobilized to occupy the Mojave, Mr. House didn't have the necessary muscles to oppose them with his Securitron army alone, and that's why he entered agreements with the 3 families, the Omertas, the Chairman, and the White Glove Society, to force the NCR to negotiate. The 3 families didn't enter the coalition to be assimilated. The coalition is based on mutual contracts that the tribes entered in exchange for benefits, but it gave Vegas the necessary muscle to maintain its independence.
And so I recruited the 3 families. Vegas belongs to me because I mustered enough strength to bring the NCR to the bargaining table.
Threats to national security? Vegas occupies a position of intense precarity with both Legion to its east and NCR to its west. NCR uses House as a buffer against the Legion, and without Legion, NCR is all but guaranteed to mobilize against him. His plan is based on the knowledge that he can't prevent NCR from annexing the Strip if the Legion is defeated a second time.
Would Kimball and Oliver have traded the lives of hundreds of soldiers for absolute control of Hoover Dam? Oh, yes. They weren't afraid of me. They were afraid of Caesar. That attacking me would leave them vulnerable to a Legion offensive. There's just one reason why the NCR hasn't contrived some outrage to justify invading the Strip. Caesar's Legion.
These 2 conditions put House in a fundamentally weak position. To maintain his broad coalition and to push back against the external pressures of the Legion and NCR, House needs to maximize revenue. The Mojave doesn't have a lot of easily exploitable resources. The soil's too poor to grow crops, so the only major resource available to House for trade is the electricity and water provided by Hoover Dam, which the NCR occupies. The Treaty of New Vegas sends the lion's share of water and energy to the NCR for free, which leaves House with very little besides the gambling revenue the Strip generates, which House has taken full advantage of.
Written into the treaty were provisions that the NCR do nothing to prevent its soldiers and civilians from visiting the Strip. That's how I harnessed the NCR to my endeavor. Their occupation has been the engine of my growing economy.
Gambling as a service isn't one that produces a public good, but it is an effective revenue maximizer for the House. God, who wrote this? These external pressures foster strong autocratic institutions. It's why the independent endings for New Vegas plunge the Mojave into chaos. Without the autocracy to enforce itself, the social problems in the region result in greater unrest.
Chaos,
I don't want to hear any fanfic about how the independent nation's going to be better in the long term after a rocky start, because that's not in the text. If we're going to compare Mr. House to Singapore, then it might be worth understanding how Mr. House
I like the independent
Singapore found itself in a similarly precarious...
I think we should plunge the wasteland into chaos. That's my personal opinion. Let the robot overlords free the people, and then let the people decide what they want to do. That's all I'm saying. Kill Caesar. Kill the NCR. Kill Mr. House. Kill Ulysses. Kill them all. Kill, 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 kill. The old world ideologies have no use for the post-apocalyptic wasteland. We need chaos.
Position during its road to independence. It faced strong social upheaval as a result of the Malay Chinese riots and a militant labor movement partly funded and educated by recently communist China. This was made worse by a precondition of independence from the British being representative democracy. Without a strong peasant population, the leader of the People's Action Party, Lee Kuan Yew, had to build an electoral base out of the militant labor movements. And without a strong base of natural resources, Singapore had no way of providing its promised material benefits to Singaporean workers. When several by-election upsets and defections from the PAP put Kuan Yew's majority at risk from a socialist front, the PAP responded by suppressing opposition and Labour Party forces while building coalitions with Singaporean workers to siphon support away from the opposition. Singapore raised the revenue necessary to improve its citizens' standards of living by making it very easy to trade and do business there. You wouldn't call Singapore a democracy. No. Singapore has been dominated by the People's Action Party since 1959. The Prime Minister retains control over the elections department, which decides constituency boundaries and often gerrymanders in favor of the PAP. The PAP has often threatened voters who support opposition parties by saying they put their constituency at the bottom of the list for housing programs. Opposition campaigns are typically hamstrung by the censoring of films and television programs not aligned with government goals. Journalists and opposition candidates are often subject to bankrupting defamation lawsuits by the government or other political pressures, and the PAP retains big influence on the legal system. Even in 2020...
Well, I just lost the game. I'm upset about that.
That just went out the window there with a pick.
And do you remember what you said to me when we were walking up to the booth after he said that? You're like, oh, fatal last words. Every time we hear that, things tend to fall apart a little bit, and that's what we saw.
God dang it. I really like this video. I really do. I don't like Mr. House's ideal. If whenever I play New Vegas, I either choose Mr. House or I choose Yes Man. And anybody who chooses Caesar is a massive red flag in my opinion. And the NCR, they're just liberals. Whatever, who cares?
When voting rights were expanded, the PAP of Singapore won 83 of the 93 seats up for grabs in its parliament. This sounds like a bad thing, yet this autocracy has allowed Singapore's government to implement long-term development goals, all of which have translated into massive developmental success. Between independence in 1965 and today, Singapore's life expectancy went from 66.9 to 82.9. Its GDP per capita went from $2,917 to $67,138. Child mortality went from 35 deaths per 1,000 to 3. And its human development score has gone from 0.71 in 1990 to 0.93. Now compare that with the US. Between 1965 and 2018, American life expectancy went from 70.3 to 78.9. Its GDP per capita went from $21,390 to $53,015. Child mortality went from 27.1 deaths per 1,000 to 6.6. and its human development score went from 0.86 to 0.92. Developmental states like Singapore challenged the notion that a nation that opens its economy and keeps government's role to a minimum invariably experiences more rapid economic growth and rising incomes. With this in mind, compare the Strip and the rest of the Mojave. Towering skyscrapers lighting the night can be seen across the whole map. The Strip, with its obvious high standards of living, wealth, security, skyscrapers, and clean drinking water, is a clear contrast to the wider poverty and dangers of the wasteland, an existence of subsistence.
Off ads. Gotta turn down the volume.
That means it's just one last chance left, and this has to be a first down or a touchdown, or this game's over.
Water is a clear contrast to the wider poverty and dangers of the wasteland, an existence of subsistence. We know the Strip is highly secure. It's the safest place in the game. And house security isn't Legion security at all costs either. Mr. House isn't promising security in return for state utility. And now consider the NCR, who are struggling to hold the lands they de facto occupy. The game makes it quite clear NCR's imperialist expansion into the Mojave has locked the NCR into a Vietnam-esque quagmire. Time and again, the NCR fails to properly protect both citizens and subjects. They can't stop the Legion destroying Nipton. Nipton, a place you can see from the Mojave outpost. Both the NCR Correctional Facility and Prim were overrun by convicts, and the NCR wasn't able to push them out. The NCR fails to stop gangs from attacking tourists on the I-95. They can't even remove convicts that are camped literally
we weren't gonna win regardless.
Of the Mojave outpost. Hell, they can't even take out the giant ants on their doorstep that are blocking the I-95. Now consider corruption. We know the NCR is rife with corruption from its general picks, its Brahmin barons, caravan tolls. Mr. House believes himself above corruption in a similar vein to Singapore's government.
I have no interest in abusing others, just as I have no interest in legislating or otherwise dictating what people do in their private time.
Ooh, my stepdad sent me a message. Hold up. My stepdad sent me a message. I wonder what he sent me. 90s and early 2000s video game soundtracks were so good. It all went downhill when voice acting started. They didn't need cool music as much anymore. Yeah, I actually kind of agree.
Alongside Charles Davis, we thank our entire crew. I'm Brandon Gaudin. This is the NFL.
True, the Donkey Kong Country. True, the Donkey Kong Country soundtrack is a master. Is a master class. Is a master class. It just is. It just, and it's not the only one. Super Mario 64, The Legend of Zelda Ocarina of Time, Majora's Mask, even Twilight Princess. It's not that video games don't have good soundtracks now. There are still video games with good soundtracks. Like Death Stranding has a really good soundtrack. Like ambient sounds. But like, he's not wrong. He's not wrong. My stepdad, yet again, my stepdad has a really good opinion. My stepdad's the best.
Dictating what people do in their private time. Nor have I any interest in being worshipped as some kind of machine god messiah. I am impervious to such corrupting ambitions.
And there is a geopolitical precedent for this. If you take the Corruption Perception Index, where higher values equal less corruption, in 2019, the US had a value of 69. Nice. Singapore had a value of 85. Despite its authoritarianism, Singapore is less corrupt than most Western democracies. It's less corrupt than Canada, the UK, Germany, and France. House is making the same philosophical gamble many authoritarian capitalist regimes make. By not infringing on private rights, by growing the economy, by keeping it stable, people won't demand the accountability of their rulers or rights of association or a free press or political participation. And House serves as a challenge to the idea that free markets and liberal democracy are the only way a nation can be successful. Canonically, the NCR has benefited from the kind of strongman government House is offering. Citizens of the NCR enjoy political participation and rule of law, and many have disposable income, which might lend credence to the idea that these places flourished under the guidance of the NCR and its ideals. But the president who oversaw this expansion, President Tandy, was president for 52 years. And this long presidency allowed for the same type of planning that creates nation-states. Caesar points this out to the player. This is text.
Did you know her presidency lasted 52 years? And that her father, Aradesh, was the Republic's first president? Does that sound like a democracy to you? Or a hereditary dictatorship?
House has long-term plans for the future, ones he might be able to see through without the influence of special interest groups hampering him like they hamper the NCR. And he makes a strong case that democracy impedes progress.
To your untrained eyes, it may look as though mankind is making a comeback. In the NCR, you have something that resembles a nation-state. Savage as it is, in Caesar's Legion, you have an organized society. But neither of these offer a future. They're regurgitations of the past. Give me 20 years, and I'll reignite the high-technology development sectors. 50 years, and I'll have people in orbit. 100 years, and my colony ships will be heading for the stars to search for planets unpolluted by the wrath and folly of a bygone generation. Nothing to impede progress. If you want to see the fate of democracies, look out the windows.
Ad time.
I'm Sophia. As an engineer,
ad chime. I hate YouTube ads. They're getting worse and worse. I just want to say that.
Progress for who, though? What makes Mr. House's ideas for the wasteland interesting are the same we see in modern-day geopolitics. You have two very different models for how society should develop, and for many developing nations, trading political freedoms for a mode of government that can get things done and raise standards of living while not interfering with their private rights is a trade worth considering. Like, say, hypothetically, there's this virus that's burning through your country and it's killed more than 300,000 people. And while that's happening, you have this election where it takes days to find out who's won. And the nation's so polarized that half the country can't agree on the very basic and critical fact about who even won, which culminates in a coup attempt by an armed mob being led by a great Khan cosplayer.
So the Cub enters the wolf's den. What do you want, Cub?
And while the rest of the world is watching this nation trip on its own dick, China turns around and says, oof, democracy, eh? Who'd bother with that old headache? Oh, what's this? Oh, how clumsy of me. I accidentally left this skyscraper lying around. Oh, by the way, how's your new African Union building? Looks nice, right? You know who built that? Was it? You damn straight. This projection of power is meant to say something. We get shit done. The West doesn't.
Bribery in Ukraine.
House, Singapore, and arguably China, who copy-pasted the Singapore model, are counters to the idea that nations must embrace democracy to make progress. But progress for who? Despite the success of China pulling millions of people out of poverty, it's also home to income equality on par with the United States, and its government has perpetrated massive human rights abuses. It's a regime that did
absolutely nothing
at Tiananmen Square and is doing
absolutely nothing
to Muslim ethnic groups that is placing restrictions on the right to freedom of expression and association and peaceful assembly, that subjects its political opponents to police surveillance, harassment, even violence. A government that is enabling the continued discrimination of LGBTQ people. Singapore is no stranger to suppressing peaceful assembly.
Singapore doesn't fuck around when it comes to oppressing its citizens,
once again
but like at the same
extended
time,
the Criminal Law Act, which allows
basically if you have money in Singapore, you're good.
Same-sex relations
That's
remain a criminal offense in
developmental
Singapore, and there aren't any legal protections against discrimination on the basis of sexual orientation or gender identity. If you believe in things like political rights or religious freedoms, free speech, freedom of assembly, and minority rights, Singapore and China don't offer progress. Mr. House isn't a direct match with Singapore. Again, he has no interest legislating the gays. But his autocracy is one that punishes disloyalty. Cathode ray tube Elon Musk single-handedly tanks the entire Elvis Presley impersonation economy.
You ain't nothing but a...
House's regime is one that puts Prim and Goodsprings under surveillance. It's one that presides over mass income inequality in New Vegas, where only those with money are valued.
I have to say, I don't understand where you're going with Mr. House. The man's been manipulating the locals for as long as anyone can remember.
That's my favorite.
If you help him kick the NCR and Legion out, he's going to keep right on doing it. The people in Freeside will be just as bad off as they ever were.
Given the option to ensure the security and prosperity of Freeside, House decided to prioritize the Strip and allow Freeside to descend. Leave you alone attitude is small comfort for those who have to live in the destitution he created. Given the option to save the world or save Vegas, House let the world burn.
I really like the, oh my god, the Majora's Mask soundtrack. That's probably my favorite. Donkey Kong 60, Donkey Kong, not 64, Donkey Kong Country is a masterclass.
The New Vegas of Mr. House is cold and robotic, a social monoculture with no room for dissent and no place for independence. House would steamroll the Mojave and not care who was crushed by his vision of progress. What good is a future that
Sorry, I'm
robs
talking to my
us of who
stepdad.
we
We're
are?
talking about the old video games. Fuck Ulysses.
And ghosts need the living to do their work. House picks a shovel to history's terrible. Props up the dead and puts words in their mouths. The tribes don't even know how they were broken. Spirit crushed. Or your face on a robot servant, smiling forever in a dead casino. There's future in neither.
It's true. There is future in none.
95. Ready.
Off the play fake love. And he's going to be taken. Gets there back at the 39-yard line. Nolan Smith brings him down on the pass rush.
There is an expression in the wasteland. Old world blues.
It refers to those so obsessed with the past they can't see the present, much less the future, for what it is.
They stare into the what was, eyes like pilot lights, guttering and spent, as the realities of their world continue on around them.
Lead designer for Fallout New Vegas said in an interview for The Guardian in 2010, all these factions show serious flaws because ultimately they're all run by human beings with the same laundry list of shortcomings we've always had. Ultimately, Fallout's humanity finds itself drawn into the same sorts of conflicts that almost resulted in their destruction in 2077. Nowhere is this clearer than in the Divide. The Divide was a community that rose up along the California-Nevada border, and its name was chosen for the hope the community had of building something better out of the ashes of the old world, something that could be bigger than Legion or the NCR.
Chance for a new nation, new beginning, new way of thinking. Could breathe new life into the Mojave, bridging east, west, like Hoover Dam.
The Divide never got a chance to flourish into something better. Before it could, the NCR mobilized and occupied the Divide. 2 routes into the Mojave allowed more trade, and more troops could be deployed into the Republic's frontiers, which attracted the attention of the Legion, who were concerned that 2 roads for the Republic would give it a logistical advantage over the Mojave. But it was the player character who killed the Divide, delivering a package that would accidentally detonate the nuclear weapons that were below the surface. If we're to read the game as a statement about human development, then the story of the Divide and of Ulysses, as well as Josh Sawyer's, posits that the crises of the world won't stop because the factions are trying to rebuild the world using the past as a template to do so. They're rebuilding the world using the values of a political system that literally destroyed itself. Maybe it's time to let go of old ways.
Exactly. Hey, that is what I was talking about. You have to learn to let go. Speaking of, you have to learn to let go. Travis shared a reel. Now everyone wants to talk to me. Everybody wants to talk to me now that I'm live. That's okay. I'll accept it.
Stay quiet. On me! If we get detected, mission's over. I'll scout up ahead. Two guards. They have no idea we're here. Let's take them out together. Help! Revive me! Quietly, so we don't get detected. Help!
Hey, you! I don't think you're supposed to be in here. Man, you wait till this bar fills up. You're so done for. I'm gonna alert everyone that you're in here. Huh? What was that? I swear I heard something right here. Man, there's some funny business going on, and I'm gonna get to the bottom. Oh no, I get distracted so easily, oh no! Not so fast. You need one of these to get in there. Now,
Bruh.
Let go of old ways. This is a message that's present in a lot of the game. Veronica's storyline explores how the Brotherhood's ideology of isolationism and failure to adapt is going to doom it to irrelevance.
I'll encourage people to name their non-ugly children after me. Seriously.
The Brotherhood's stubbornness to let go of the old ways led to their influence in the Mojave waning as rival factions became ascendant.
Yes.
And without a radical break with tradition, it'll only get worse.
We'll die out.
Another ad. Hopefully it's a quick one. It's a quick one. It's a quick one. It's a quick one. Just fucking play already, Red Bull. It gives you wings. Oh my god, have you considered that Red Bull has the 94 milligrams of caffeine?
Caesar and House agree that nothing short of a radical break from the ways that things were can save the world, and they lay the blame of the world's problems at the feet of democracy. Caesar says that he chose the Roman Republic because it was foreign and alien. According to Caesar, democracy produces infighting and corruption. A radical break with democracy would prevent society fracturing like it did in the ways before the war.
In Rome, I found a template for a society equal to the challenges of the post-apocalyptic world, a society that could and would survive, a society that could prevent mankind from fracturing and destroying itself in this new world by establishing a new Pax Romana.
One of your companions says that Caesar is still treading over old ground and that the Legion isn't offering any real solutions.
Instead of trying to learn from the past, he recreates it, runs back over the same old barren ground.
Our way, true to Caesar.
House recognizes the Legion is still a regurgitation of the past, but he still reaches the same conclusion. Democracy impedes progress. Ulysses asks us to recognize that both Legion and House still offer us regurgitations from the old world.
But everything in Vegas speaks of someone who can't let go.
Ulysses wants us to see how the old world serves as a corrupting force, one where we stare into the what was, lured by fake promises to begin again, blind to the here and now. For humanity to have a future, we have to reject the ideas of the old world. Rather than revenge against the courier who destroyed the Divide, the destruction of the Legion and NCR will kill the regurgitations of the past, so something new can be born.
The nations of the Mojave, cracked and broken as the Divide. There's no future in the bear or bull. The bear is diseased, barely clings to life. And the bull, when the Legion reaches the sea, it will turn on itself and die.
If the question New Vegas is asking is, what is the best way for human societies to develop? The text of both the game and DLC invites us to consider that the answer to that question is none of the in-game factions offer a future for humanity. Perhaps it's better to let the old world die, so something better can emerge.
Let's make something new from the old.
In development geography, as well as in the game, the diagnosis of the West and NCR's ineffectualness is democracy. But a Marxist might argue that if we limit our frameworks about human development to neoliberalism versus interventionism, then our debate is between productive, state-led, good capitalism and speculative, finance-oriented, bad capitalism.
And in both these positions, capital is considered the default position, which makes the debate between democracy and autocracy the wrong discussion, because we're debating the wrong framework. In the essay Rethinking Economics for a New Economy, J. Christopher Proctor argues that classical economics limits the number of ideas in play. Proctor says that even Keynesian economic systems share a lot of the same theoretical framework with classical economics, and if all we have are markets, there's going to be issues that markets can't solve because they can't see them. Markets may optimize the system we have, but they're less able to see structural issues like inequality. A prince and a pauper might have the same legal rights in theory, but wealth disparity means that one person can better enforce their legal rights than the other. They are, in effect, freer.
And one's a pauper.
That, in turn, works against other values we might hold. The power of capital serves as a corrosive force to things like equality before the law, equality of opportunity, and representative democracy. This is something the global community is contending with. The focus of human development has been focused heavily on the ideas laid out in the Washington Consensus: small budget deficits, deregulation, private competition. The Singapore model is a challenge to the idea in the sense that the state is a lot more interventionist, but its engine is still a capitalist, and neither of these schools can offer solutions to the problems of inequality or environmental collapse. Increasingly, the debate is shifting towards acknowledging the limitations of market frameworks to deliver a better life for people, and measuring development in other ways. In Advancing Human Development, Theory and Practice, the authors of former UN Human Development reports argue that we should consider dimensions of human development beyond economic growth, ones that include political freedoms and social cohesion, and the reduction of inequalities as goals in their own right. They highlight that a narrow focus on free markets has undermined social cohesion and resulted in mass inequality, stalled reductions in poverty, and are creating the conditions for environmental collapse that will undermine human development for generations. If we don't let go of the old, we'll lose all we've built. If we put a Marxist spin on New Vegas, which isn't a total stretch, then the reasons all the choices on offer are terrible is because we're still limiting ourselves to old frameworks. New Vegas is telling us, narratively, that the crises of the world are because the old is dying and the new cannot be born. But mechanically, it presents a game space where the way you help the most people is by appealing to the better instincts of the faction that represents democracy. In doing this, the game is suggesting that democracy versus autocracy is the wrong discussion. What if the diagnoses Caesar and House offer are wrong? What if the NCR's weakness isn't democracy? What if it's markets? Sorry, libertarians, your favorite game is communist. We can argue that a lot of the issues with the NCR don't stem from its democratic principles, but from its markets. What drove NCR's imperialist expansion west? Well, a big part of it was securing material wealth for the Republic, the water and power from Hoover Dam, but according to the guides, it was also to scavenge the untapped ruins of Vegas. That's not a million miles away from the concept of the spatial fix, a Marxist idea that says capitalism can't survive without being geographically expansionist. What drives the NCR's corruption? Well, it's the repeal of anti-monopoly laws from President Tandy that have given Brahmin barons far greater influence than the average citizen. Not a million miles away from how many Americans feel about their democracy. A leftist critique of the NCR, of all liberal democracy, would say if that they don't produce the goods for people, then they'll fall prey to authoritarians who call democracies corrupt, divisive, and ineffectual. An oligarchic semi-democracy that's more interested in the needs of the powerful than everyday citizens can't survive. The way you correct that, then, isn't rejecting democracy, but ensuring power and prosperity are devolved to the many. The followers of the apocalypse are a faction in the game comprised of an eclectic mix of socialists and anarchists who believe in mutual aid and cooperation, sharing the knowledge preserved from before the war to shape a better future for the wasteland through self-governance. The followers seek to extend the notion of democracy beyond the political process and into the wider economy of the wasteland. To pull an example from the game, in the quest Whitewash, the followers turn Westside into a stable, self-sufficient community independent of both House and NCR by leveraging the local resources to sustainable agriculture. You'll remember from 16 pages ago when I said that the democracy machine has both the capacity for injustices to gain dominance and the means by which we can resist these injustices. Well, there's a model in the Westside Cooperative that allows communities through democracy to thrive while retaining political autonomy. The followers offer a blueprint of a world where we can meet our needs and create self-sustaining communities that govern themselves. It's not asking the player to abandon trade and profit motives. It's merely saying they have to work in the interests of everyone. Greed is a vice, not a virtue. Greed led the Republic to the Mojave, and greed is what's killing it. When we share in prosperity, when we invest in the social, when we deepen democracy, that's how we build a better life. Maybe it's not democracy we should leave in the rubble of the old world.
Yes. And now M. Fleming.
This is the absolute best.
This is the absolute best.
Greatest sports movies ever made is Moneyball, which is a bit odd considering the film hardly shows any actual sports being played. In fact, most of the runtime features people shuffling around in the dingy back rooms of an aging baseball stadium. You see, Moneyball is a film about analytics, a side of sports that not many fans tend to care about. Some would say that boiling down entire teams and athletes to a series of statistics removes a lot of the nuance from the game, and a lot of the magic too. But sometimes, when the stars align, numbers can tell us some of the most interesting stories that sports have to offer. Moneyball tells the story of the 2002 Oakland Athletics, who rose to the top of the majors despite having one of the lowest payrolls in the league. Using radical new analytical strategies, the A's would end up setting the longest winning streak in the history of the American League. Sometime during the midst of the streak, television cameras capture a fan holding a sign which I've always found to be absolutely fascinating. We may never lose again. It's just such an astoundingly brazen thing to say. A notion so preposterous that we almost can't admit it's true. One that really makes us question the difference between the improbable and the impossible. This phrase carries with it an unmistakable aura. In a way, it perfectly captures the indomitable hubris of man versus the uncaring limits of nature. Because while yes, it is possible for any given team to win every game for the rest of time, such a scenario would be so astronomically unlikely that it might as well only exist in our imaginations. But hey, when the mojo starts flowing and the wins start piling up, almost anyone can be led to believe that they just
may we never lose again.
To open the 2023 baseball season, the Tampa Bay Rays got off to a remarkable start, winning each of their first 11 games. Coincidentally, I happened to be in town during the streak, so I decided to pop into the next one for a chance at witnessing something historic. After a tense game, the Rays held on to extend their streak to 12. The next day, they won again to tie the Major League record for best ever start to a season. One game after that, with a chance to stand alone in the record books, the Rays lost, ending their winning streak at 13. Of course, even this all-time great start was less than 10% of the way to the theoretical perfect MLB season, which would require winning all 162 regular season games plus 11 or so playoff games. The greatest teams in the history of the majors could only manage to win about 3 out of every 4 contests, meaning that we probably won't witness an undefeated baseball season before the heat death of the universe. In the pursuit of perfection, each individual game is another potential point of failure, meaning that leagues with smaller schedules have better odds at producing the elusive perfect season. At just over 100 games, the NBA season is considerably shorter than baseball's. The best record of any NBA team so far belongs to the 1996 Bulls, who defeated about 9 out of every 10 opponents they faced. The English Premier League features just 38 matches in a season, bringing its competitors even closer to perfection. In 2018, Manchester City went undefeated in 36 out of 38 matches. A remarkable feat, but one which reveals a complication about what we consider to be perfect. Association football features a lot of draws, an outcome many would call less than ideal. In the hunt for the truly perfect season, it's not enough to just be undefeated. The road to Perfectville must be paved through wins and
There's only one team that's done it,
Unfortunately,
I'm pretty
the
sure.
overwhelming likelihood of draws in football push any dreams of perfection hopelessly out of reach. For a team to have any realistic shot of running the gauntlet, they'd be far better off in a sport like football, where tie games are few and far between. Perhaps no other professional sport provides better odds at a perfect season than the NFL. Early iterations of the league featured just over a dozen games in a season. Teams were knocking on the door of perfection as far back as 1934, when the Chicago Bears took a 13-0 record into the championship game, leading by 10 points heading into the fourth quarter. The Bears' historic bid would be spoiled after the New York Giants scored 27 unanswered points to steal the victory. Just 8 years later, the Bears once again took an undefeated record into the championship game before falling just short to another underdog opponent. After the 1942 season, it would take 20 years before any other NFL team got as close to perfection. The 1962 Packers finished the year with a 14-1 record, their lone loss coming from a Thanksgiving Day game versus the Detroit Lions. By now, the NFL was poised to become one of the preeminent sporting leagues in America. In 1970, they merged with the rival AFL to truly expand their influence nationwide. The merger would usher in what many consider to be the NFL's modern era, finally setting the stage for the stars of our story. By this point, most NFL franchises had decades of history under their belt. The Miami Dolphins were not one of those teams. Founded in 1966 as an expansion franchise, the Dolphins were still very much the new kids on the block at the time of the merger. As is the case with most expansion teams, they had a rough first few seasons, but things would turn around following the arrival of head coach Don Shula. Under his tenure, the Dolphins quickly rose to the top of the standings, earning their first playoff berth in 1970 and advancing all the way to the Super Bowl in 1971. While Shula's squad would fall short to the Dallas Cowboys, they would enter the following season with a vengeance.
Ad chime.
Domino special.
Domino special pizza could dig my bowl.
The 1972 Dolphins rocketed out of the gates with a 4-0 record, their sights set on returning to the Super Bowl. However, in just their fifth game, the young season was placed in immediate turmoil. Starting quarterback Bob Greasy suffered a broken ankle, forcing him out of action for the foreseeable future. Ordinarily, the loss of any team's most important position player would be a virtual death sentence. But thanks to Coach Shula's well-rounded roster construction, the Dolphins were able to carry on. Remarkably, the offense was able to maintain its production behind the strength of its rushing attack. Running backs Larry Zonka and Mercury Morris would finish the season as the first teammates to each rush for 1,000 yards. Coupled with the surprisingly solid play of 38-year-old backup QB Earl Morrall, the Dolphins still managed to post the league's #1 offense. Arguably more impressive, however, was the defense, which also finished as the best in the league. For Coach Shula, the strategy was simple. Keep the game close with stingy defense and eventually overwhelm the opponent with steady offensive pressure. It was far from the most flashy strategy, but in sports you don't play to be flashy, you play to win. And boy, did the Dolphins win. Following a narrow victory versus the Bills, the Dolphins were able to dispatch every other team on the schedule, entering the postseason a perfect 14-0. But despite their white-hot momentum, the team still had plenty of doubters, with some claiming that they had feasted on weak competition. Regardless, any questions over the Dolphins' greatness would be answered in the playoffs, where they would have to face the best teams the league had to offer. Their first test would come against the 10-4 Cleveland Browns. Despite forcing 5 interceptions out of the Browns' offense, the Dolphins found themselves trailing late in the fourth quarter. With their perfect season in jeopardy, the offense came in clutch, driving down the field and scoring the go-ahead touchdown. The winning play would come at the hands of an unexpected hero, third-string running back Jim Kick, who would emerge in the playoffs as the Dolphins' X-Factor. After holding off the Browns, the Dolphins had an even tougher challenge ahead of them, going on the road to face the Pittsburgh Steelers. Modern NFL fans may be confused as to how an undefeated team was not given home field advantage, but back in the early 70s, playoff hosting was actually determined by an annual rotation, providing yet another unfortunate setback for the Dolphins. Rather than basking off the temperate shores of Miami Beach, they would have to venture into the frigid north in the dead of winter, an environment notorious for punishing warm-weather teams. However, in this regard, the Dolphins caught a huge break, playing their game on an unseasonably warm day. In many ways, the 1972 AFC Championship was a meeting between two teams of destiny. The Dolphins, in pursuit of perfection, and the Steelers, fresh off of one of the most improbable victories the sport had ever seen. Within a matter of hours, one of these fairy tales would come to a tragic end. After a low-scoring first half, the Dolphins once again fell behind late in the game. With the offense in desperate need of a spark, Coach Shula made an unexpected decision. Quarterback Earl Morrall was taken out of the game to make way for the return of Bob Greasy. The change-up disrupted the Steelers' defensive game plan, leading to 2 quick Miami touchdowns, giving the Dolphins enough of a cushion to hold on for the rest of the game. And with that, the perfect season was just 1 win away.
And with that, we're going to take a break. We'll be right back. We'll be right back. back. We're back and better than ever.
Awaiting the Dolphins in the Super Bowl were the Washington Redskins, who had just finished manhandling the defending champion Dallas Cowboys. Although the Dolphins had overcome every opponent thus far, many were still skeptical that they could seal the deal, with some sportsbooks ranking Washington as the odds-on favorites. It's understandable why so many fans were hesitant to embrace what was happening. Betting on the Dolphins would have been betting on the unprecedented. Thus far in their brief history, the franchise had hardly done anything worth remembering. Most people around the country barely knew of their existence. But soon enough, that would all change. Because on that sunny January afternoon, the 1972 Dolphins would accomplish something unforgettable. Welcome to Perfectville, population 1. In just their 7th year as a franchise, the Miami Dolphins achieved the most coveted feat in the 50-year history of the league, a final record of 17 wins, 0 ties, and 0 losses, the mythical win percentage of 1,000. From this point on, the NFL would never be the same. The Dolphins had proven that the perfect season was possible, and in capturing the Holy Grail, their role had suddenly shifted from pursuers to protectors. Now that one team had finally broken through to perfection, the entire sport was left to wonder who was going to get there next. And so, the hunt was on. 32 teams, one destination. From that point forward, they were all chasing the 72 Dolphins. It's somewhat fitting that the NFL's first perfect season happened to coincide with the rise of Led Zeppelin's hit song, Stairway to Heaven. Throughout 1972, the track had begun to dominate radio stations across the nation, providing a rather serendipitous soundtrack to the Dolphins' ascension into the history books. Stairway to Heaven was indeed an accurate description of the monumental task awaiting the rest of the league. From the start of the season, each win can be seen as another step closer to the promised land. The stairway is treacherous and unforgiving, with just one slip-up erasing all of your progress and sending you back to square one. Every team starts off the year undefeated, but after week 1, at least half will be out of contention. By week 2, only about a quarter remain alive. In a typical season, there's usually only one undefeated team left by around week 5. Less than halfway through the schedule. Football is very much governed by chance, with random factors such as weather and injuries providing substantial variance over long periods of time. On any given Sunday, it's not uncommon for even the most dominant teams to suffer the occasional fluke loss. Needless to say, replicating the perfect season would be no easy feat. For the rest of the 70s, few other teams even got close. The 1975 Vikings got off to the best start at 10-0. The best overall season belonged to John Madden's Raiders, who lost just once during their 1976 championship run. 2 years later, the NFL expanded their regular season from 14 to 16 games, pushing the perfect season just a bit further out of reach. While future attempts at perfection would be more difficult, succeeding would be even more impressive. The next perfect season would not just equal the 72 Dolphins, but surpass them with a theoretical record of 19-0. After the schedule change, it took a while before another great run at perfection. The next team to truly challenge the Dolphins was, funnily enough, the Dolphins. But this iteration of the roster was quite different than the one from 1972. Rather than controlling games through their bruising defense and rushing attack, these new-look Dolphins found their success through the air. Because in 1984, the Dolphins didn't just have a good passing season, they didn't even have a great one. They had the best statistical passing season since the invention of the forward pass, and it was all made possible by a 23-year-old from Pittsburgh named Dan Marino.
We are seeing another spectacular effort by Marino, who fires. Touchdown!
Marino gunning deep and Clayton is open for a touchdown! What a bazooka shot by Marino!
One of the more incredible passes I have ever seen!
Marino throws deep downfield. It is caught by Flyer. Touchdown! Touchdown Dolphins!
In the entire history of the quarterback position, you can make the argument that Dan Marino was the most physically gifted passer the sport has ever seen. In the modern-day game, players like Aaron Rodgers and Patrick Mahomes have provided quite the spectacle over their elite combination of arm strength and accuracy. Dan Marino's 1984 season represents what would happen if one of these guys hopped in a time machine and traveled 35 years into the past. Indeed, Marino resembled a quarterback of the distant future, with throwing mechanics so quick that television cameras could hardly keep up with them. In just his sophomore season, he would rewrite the record books for the position. Prior to 1984, the NFL season record for touchdown passes stood at 36. By season's end, Marino had pushed the record to 48. This was no incremental improvement. This was like the scene in 2001: A Space Odyssey that cuts from a bone to a spaceship. The numbers set during Marino's quantum leap would not be bested until long after he retired, and the players that eventually surpassed him did so under a rule set that more heavily favored offensive production. Adjusted for era, Marino's 1984 season has to go down as the most impressive in history. Naturally, it contributed to a lot of wins as well. The 84 Dolphins would be the first team since the 72 squad to reach the 11-0 mark. Unfortunately, their perfect season would come to an end just 1 week later after an overtime loss to the Chargers. They would finish the regular season with a 14-2 record, one win back of the San Francisco 49ers, who posted the NFL's first 15-1 season. The two teams would end up meeting in the Super Bowl, where San Francisco's superior defense kept Marino's arm in check. The 49ers handed the Dolphins a crushing defeat, and adding insult to injury, surpassed the win total of the 72 team. Although the Niners fell just short of the perfect 19-0, they had proven that it was a lot closer than what many may have thought. Despite the sour end of the season, the future looked bright in Miami. Behind their veteran coach and transcendent young quarterback, it seemed like the sky was the limit. But this is the point where our story takes a turn for the strange. While Dolphin fans were looking into the future, they should have taken more time to savor the present, because as of today, 1984 would mark the last season Shula, Marino, or the Dolphins franchise would ever reach the Super Bowl. 1984 would also mark the retirement of Bob Kuechenberg, the last active member of the 1972 roster. And with that, the NFL's first perfect team had entirely exited the sport, or so we thought. Looking back now, many are convinced that the 72 Dolphins never fully left. Over the years, a mysterious pattern has developed involving teams who get a little too close to perfection, one that began immediately after the 1984 season.
Defense out. They have to find a way to end this drive with points.
After the 1984 season.
Anything short of that.
After already surviving one threat to their legacy, the Dolphins would have to contend with an even greater one in 1985, a franchise that was no stranger to chasing perfection. 50 years after their original undefeated run, the Chicago Bears had returned to finish the job. By December, they had shot out to a 12-0 record, anchored by the most feared defensive unit in NFL history. By this point, the Bears looked downright unstoppable, defeating their last three opponents by a combined score of 104-3. If any team was meant to finish the year with a perfect record, this was surely the one. But before they could do so, they would have to pay a visit to Miami to face the Dolphins on Monday Night Football. For the first time, the Dolphins had the opportunity to defend their own legacy. And with the prestige of the 72 team on the line, they went out and played ball.
That is crazy. Wikipedia.
Moore takes it in.
I've never heard of Wikipedia.
Marino. Cooper.
I've never
Into the end zone easily.
George Jetson
gets the pressure, but he gets it to Matt Moore. Hysteria here in the Orange Bowl.
Against their last 6 opponents, the Bears defense had only allowed a total of 29 points. On this night, the Dolphins had scored more than that by halftime. All season long, the Bears had snubbed out pretty much every quarterback they faced, but they had yet to face a quarterback like Marino. The 46 defense relied on collapsing the line of scrimmage before the offense even had a chance to throw, but Marino had such a quick release that he could consistently beat out the pressure. Despite how overpowered the scheme had been for the rest of the season, it had one critical weakness in its pass coverage, a weakness that Shula and Marino exposed in front of the largest televised audience in Monday Night Football history. But by far the most influential audience of the night was the one live in attendance at the Orange Bowl, the venue responsible for much of the Dolphins' early success. Back in the day, it was well known as one of the loudest stadiums in the sport due to how close the bleachers were to the field. In football lore, there's a term known as the 12th man, describing how a unified sea of fans can be just as powerful as an extra man on the field. On that night, the Dolphins faithful delivered what truly was their finest hour. During one sequence in the third quarter, they are going absolutely ballistic. The stadium is so deafening that the Bears offense can't even hear their own snap count.
The partisan crowd, noisy to the point that the Bears cannot hear their offensive signal.
For a long time, the Dolphins were the only professional sports team in the entire state. 8 days a year, the Orange Bowl transformed from an ordinary ballpark to the pantheon of the Florida man. It goes without saying that strange things tend to happen here. No matter how good the Bears were, they never really stood a chance. It just wasn't their night. It's a good thing the Dolphins stopped them when they did, because after this game, the Bears steamrolled everyone else for the rest of the season, winning the championship with a record of 18-1. While many fans were eager to see the two teams square off once more in the Super Bowl, the Dolphins never made it. The highly anticipated rematch would be thwarted by the New England Patriots, a team that will come up again later on in our story. After the '85 season, the quest for perfection died down for the rest of the decade. The 1990 season featured a unique scenario in which two teams reached the 10-0 mark. However, as if their fates were intertwined, both ended up losing the following week. After an 11-0 start by Washington the next season, the hunt died down again for many more years. Oddly enough, the Dolphins spent a couple more seasons as the last undefeated team, which was a testament to their winning culture at the time. However, after the 1995 season, the organization would experience its biggest shakeup yet, when Don Shula finally called it quits. He retired as the winningest coach in NFL history. By this point, Shula basically was the Dolphins. He had been there for every milestone the franchise had accomplished, and his departure finally severed the link between the team's past and present. 1997 marked 25 years since the perfect season. Maybe it was finally time to let it go. The following year, it would once again be put to the test. The 1998 season was dominated by two juggernauts, starting with the defending champion Denver Broncos, who became the first team in a quarter century to reach 13-0. With just 3 games left in the regular season, the Broncos entered their next contest as 2 touchdown favorites versus the mediocre New York Giants. However, the Broncos' offense sputtered all day, and with less than a minute left, the Giants scored the game-winning touchdown to end Denver's bid at perfection. In the NFL, there's no such thing as a guaranteed win. Even the bottom feeders of the league must not be underestimated. The perfect season requires near-flawless execution each and every week. Any complacency can be punished from the most unlikely of sources. It turns out the Broncos were not done being punished. After losing their perfect record, they had to travel to Miami to face Dan Marino on Monday Night Football. It was the 25 characters that lost the season. It's not like the rest of the things was sort of passing, as if wishing part record to appease the spirit of the past, to them this voyage through the postseason. Denver loss left them with the second best record league, behind 15-1 Minnesota Vikings, a team that got closer than any other to the first 16-0 regular season. A 3-point loss in Week 9 was the only thing keeping them out of the record books. Remarkably, the '98 Vikings were flirting with perfection more ways than one. Their kicker, Gary, had not missed a field goal all year. Thus far in the entire history of the league, no kicker ever achieved a perfectly accurate season. Thanks to Anderson's automatic leg, the Vikings looked to be on a collision course with the Broncos. However, when the team needed him, the Vikings never made it to Miami. Set up to handle. The Dolphins had again, and as the millennium came to a close, so did the career of Marino. Retired as the all-timer in everything imaginable, despite all was nonetheless haunted zone and fiction. After all the years, Dolphins office couldn't surround Marino good enough supporting cat to compete for a championship. He walked away from the game as arguably the player to never win a Super Bowl. It's fascinating at the end of the night, the Dolphins franchise not the best quarterback in history. Both seem overshadowed this increased distance. It's still more the time for being lose driving 7 those pain. This believe some define like progress to the future. Relic from the past would not allow itself to be left behind. As the years went on, the league-wide failure to replicate the perfect season only made teams want it more, and it wasn't long before the Dolphins' record was under siege once again.
Close, but no cigar. Ad chime. Be the Shadow Monarch. Damn, we got a long-ass ad this time.
The 2000s would bring plenty of more challengers to the throne, starting with the '04 Steelers, who became just the fourth team to post a 15-1 regular season. Rookie quarterback Ben Roethlisberger led them on a 14-game winning streak to end the year. However, much like the '98 Vikings, the Steelers would fall short in the playoffs, suffering a convincing defeat to the Patriots. Despite Roethlisberger's impressive rookie campaign, much of the headlines throughout the season would be dominated by another quarterback. 2004 was a breakout season for Peyton Manning, who became the first player to surpass Dan Marino's single-season touchdown record. The year after, he had his sights set on another record. The 2005 Colts looked like the team to beat all season long. Their high-powered passing attack carried them all the way to a 13-0 record. But just like the '98 Broncos, Manning and the Colts would lose their next 2 games, finishing the regular season at 14-2. However, unlike the Broncos, the Colts would not be blessed with playoff success. Despite being overwhelming championship favorites, their season would end in disastrous fashion. Down by just 3 points in the final seconds, the Colts needed to make a 46-yard field goal to tie the game. Lining up for the attempt was Mike Vanderjagt, who by this point was the most accurate kicker in NFL history. Thus far in his playoff career, he hasn't missed a kick on the Colts' home turf. In any other circumstance, things would have probably turned out differently. But these Colts had challenged perfection, and the Ghosts had unfinished business.
Yep. And it's no good! He missed it. Not even close. Wide right.
Despite the brutal defeat, Manning and the Colts hadn't given up on chasing perfection. In 2006, they got off to a far more modest 9-0 start before losing 4 of their last 7 games. Oddly enough, the added adversity seemed to work in their favor, as this Colts team marched through the playoffs to score the city of Indianapolis their first Super Bowl victory. The championship seemed to corroborate a paradoxical trend among the NFL's contenders. For the past few years, teams with worse records were having better success in the playoffs. It was almost as if to give yourself better odds at winning the title, it was advantageous to lose more during the regular season. This idea would be revisited by the 2009 Colts, who found themselves with a third opportunity at a perfect season, and to raise the stakes even higher. This time, they had company. 2009 was just the second season in recent history that saw 2 teams reach the 10-0 mark. The New Orleans Saints had joined the Colts in the pursuit of perfection, and both teams just kept on winning. Their records climbed to 11, 12, then 13-0 before the Saints finally conceded a defeat. Once again, the Colts stood unopposed as the last remaining perfect team. The following week, they looked poised to advance to 15-0 while leading the Jets late in the third quarter. It was then when Coach Jim Caldwell did the unthinkable.
Peyton Manning has his helmet on. For the first time all season, someone other than Peyton Manning will take the snap at quarterback for the Indianapolis Colts. The Painter is the number 2 quarterback. Lost the football. It's loose. Inside the 5-yard line. The Jets cover for the touchdown.
After already securing home field advantage in the playoffs, the Colts decided to bench their starters for the remainder of the game. For the first and only time in league history, a team had intentionally sabotaged its own perfect season. The decision would prove highly controversial. The moment Peyton Manning was taken out of the game, the fans in attendance rained down thunderous boos. Many of them couldn't believe what they were watching. The Colts had rested their starters before, but never with a perfect season on the line. The coaching staff remained steadfast in their reasoning, saying that winning the championship was the ultimate goal, and that preserving the health of their star players was imperative to that goal, even if it meant sacrificing a perfect record. At the end of the day, an undefeated season is theoretically insignificant. It doesn't offer any additional rewards or advantages versus any other champion. The objective of NFL football is to hoist the Lombardi Trophy at the end of the season, and however you manage to get there should be irrelevant. The perfect season is just bragging rights. It's a nice thing to have, an amusing little factoid for geeks on the internet to romanticize in the unknowable future. But beyond all that, does it really, truly matter? Well, to answer that question, you have to look no further than the expressions of the fans and players watching their run come to a bitter end. You can say what you want to justify what happened, but it clearly mattered to them. 6 weeks later, the Colts would lose the Super Bowl, and their undefeated season was sacrificed for nothing. They were beaten by the Saints, who had surrendered their perfect record fair and square. Their season came to an end in Miami, meaning that the Ghosts may have played a hand in it. Perhaps they didn't want to leave the Colts with any excuses, to entertain the thought that they could have been perfect if they had simply chosen to. If a team was truly meant to be perfect, the results would be unmistakable. We cannot choose perfection any more than we can choose our destiny. And so, the Dolphins' perfect season had survived its most competitive decade yet. Despite facing more challengers than ever, no other team could manage to top them. The next 10 years would see the pursuit of perfection slow down considerably, but they still produced a few worthy adversaries, the first of which were the 2011 Packers, who started the year 13-0 before being upset by the 5-8 Chiefs. After the loss, the Packers followed in the footsteps of the Colts by resting their starters, a decision that once again backfired. After dominating all year with their historically great offense, the Packers' stars ran cold in the postseason. They earned the dubious distinction of becoming the first 15-1 team that failed to win a single playoff game.
Ad John.
earned the dubious distinction of becoming the first 15-1 team that failed to win a single playoff game. The 2015 season featured what remains to this day as the last great run at perfection. The Carolina Panthers got off to the rare 14-0 start before inexplicably falling to the Atlanta Falcons, a team they had beaten 38-0 just 2 weeks earlier. The Panthers would go on to the Super Bowl, where they would lose to our old friend Peyton Manning. Although he never got his perfect season, he was able to retire on top. As for the Panthers, they only continued the futility of 15-1 teams in the postseason. As of today, they are the last NFL roster to finish the regular season with just one loss. Since then, no one else has really come close to the perfect season, and the legacy of the 72 Dolphins lives on. However, many of you watching have probably noticed that I haven't told the full story, and that's because I've been saving the best for last. Over all this time, many teams have tried and failed to replicate the perfect season, but there is one that got closer than any other.
The market's in an itsy-bitsy little gully right now. Like everybody said, okay, that was crazy, let's just all calm down.
By the mid-2000s, the Dolphins had fallen on hard times. For the past several years, South Florida had been battered by hurricanes, which only served to punctuate the gloomy outlook for the future of the organization. Ever since Marino and Shula retired, the Dolphins had struggled to find any quarterback or coach that had the makings of a worthy successor. Meanwhile, the franchise that had was their longtime divisional foes, the New England Patriots. As the Dolphins sunk into dysfunction and instability, the Patriots had assembled the most ferocious dynasty the league had ever known. This team was no ordinary juggernaut. It was far more diabolical than that. Facing the Patriots during this time was like staring down the Death Star. They were a team designed to crush the hopes and dreams of the rest of the league. And for Dolphins fans, no season felt more hopeless than 2007. In August of that year, the city of Miami began the process of demolishing the Orange Bowl. The Dolphins had relocated to a new stadium long ago, and the site had fallen into disrepair. Ever since the departure, the team was never really the same. It seemed like the franchise had left part of their heart and soul in that old venue. The Orange Bowl was still very much the spiritual center of the Miami Dolphins, especially the 1972 team. By erasing such a historic place, it's almost like they were asking for trouble.
Applying the last lick from the Patriots. Our final score, 49-28, New England.
Immediately after, the Dolphins got off to the most miserable start in franchise history. By the halfway point in the season, they had failed to win a single game. Their three best offensive players had suffered season-ending injuries, leaving their game plan in a disarray. The Dolphins had no other choice but to conduct their offense through quarterback Cleo Lemon, a player who never started another meaningful game before or since. To make matters even worse, their arch rivals were headed in the polar opposite direction. The 2007 Patriots were on track to become the greatest team in history, featuring the most disgustingly unfair amassment of talent that will likely ever exist on an NFL roster. At the center of it all was newcomer Randy Moss, a top 5 receiver of all time, teaming up with franchise cornerstone Tom Brady, the single greatest quarterback of all time. They didn't just start the year undefeated. No one even came close to defeating them. Plenty of other teams through the years have challenged perfection, but these Patriots were different. It wasn't enough to simply win. They had to do so with such extreme prejudice. Before long, it was clear that this team had only one destination in mind. A championship wasn't enough. They were aiming for something even greater. By December, the Patriots still hadn't lost, and the Dolphins still hadn't won. The sky was falling in Miami, and the ghosts were nowhere to be seen. For the Dolphins faithful, the grim reality was starting to set in. Not only were the Patriots closing in on the ultimate triumph, but the Dolphins were on the verge of the ultimate humiliation. Since the advent of the 16-game schedule, no NFL team had ever gone winless. In a cruel twist of fate, the franchise renowned for the NFL's most prestigious achievement was now in danger of inheriting its most shameful 0-16, the mark of the banished prince. a scar from which they could never recover. With just 3 games left to play, it was starting to look like destiny. At that point, they had precisely one opportunity to save themselves.
No!
Their next matchup came against the struggling Baltimore Ravens, by far the most winnable game remaining on the schedule. If the Dolphins can't pull out a victory here, they're not going to have another chance. After 2 quarters of offensive ineptitude, they enter the half trailing of the 1972 team, who are being honored for the 35-year anniversary of their grand accomplishment. Their presence signals one of 2 things. Either the Dolphins have found their salvation, or this really is the end, and the ghosts are just here to say goodbye to the legacy they built all those years ago. Perhaps sensing the gravity of the situation, Miami's players emerged from the locker room with purpose. As the pride of the franchise rested on their shoulders, the Dolphins rallied back to tie the game and eventually take the lead. All they had to do now was hold off the Ravens for 2 minutes. However, after a bad kickoff, Baltimore drove all the way down the field. In the final seconds, they get the ball just 1 foot away from the end zone, but rather than trying for the go-ahead touchdown, the Ravens elect to play it safe and kick a field goal, sending the game to overtime. Luck is not on the Dolphins' side as the Ravens get the ball first, forcing Miami's exhausted defense back on the field. Baltimore marches all the way into scoring position, where they can end the game with a 44-yard field goal. This season, the Dolphins have lost 6 games by just a 3-point margin, and it's about to happen again. A series of individual bad breaks have now snowballed into the nightmare they currently inhabit. The stadium has fallen mostly silent. Deep down, everyone is expecting this kick to go in, including Dolphins color commentator Jim Mandich. He was there during the franchise's finest hour, and now he's arrived at its darkest. It's been a long season, and he's preparing to sink into the abyss. What happens next, though, brings him back to life.
Up is the holder. The kick is up.
Ad chime. They want us to go for it.
Holder, the kick is up. He's and he missed it. He missed
it. And just like that, the Dolphins have a chance. If the offense can just find any sort of magic, they can still come out of this thing in one piece. However, for a unit that has struggled mightily all season, the end zone feels so very far away. 35 years ago, the Dolphins were on their way to being immortalized in the record books. Now, these Dolphins are fighting for the right to be forgotten. Way back at the end of Super Bowl VII, embedded within their crowning achievement was another embarrassing episode that has been mostly lost to time. At the end of the game, kicker Garo Yepremian committed one of the most atrocious bloopers in the history of organized sports. It's fascinating to consider that the NFL's perfect team was somehow responsible for its single worst play. Maybe it was their gift to the universe to prove the age-old wisdom that no one is truly perfect. 35 years later, the universe would repay the favor, as for a single moment, the NFL's worst team was blessed with the perfect play.
Camarillo comes the most to the near side of the formation. Lemon back to throw. Got time over the middle. Camarillo's got it. 40. He might 30. He may go. The thing's going in. The Bobby goes. Unbelievable. The Dolphins have done it. They have won this football. Take us out of the history book. We're not going in for that one, baby.
The 07 Dolphins may have narrowly avoided catastrophe, but they weren't out of the woods yet. While they were spared from going down as the worst ever, their legacy was still very much in jeopardy. The following week, the 1-13 Dolphins traveled to Foxborough to face the 14-0 Patriots. They enter the game as 22-point underdogs, one of the biggest point spreads in history. However, the Dolphins have overcome the odds before when it came to defending their honor. Could the worst version of the Dolphins really pull off the upset versus the best version of the Patriots? Well, as amusing as that may have been, even I have to admit that the idea was a little too far-fetched. And so, the Patriots were just one game away from the first undefeated regular season in the 16-game era. The only team left standing in their way was the 10-5 New York Giants. By this point, both teams had locked up their respective playoff spots, meaning that they each had the opportunity to rest their starters. However, understanding what was at stake, everyone showed up to play. For a moment, it looked like the Patriots had found their kryptonite as the Giants entered the fourth quarter with the lead. But Brady and Moss could not be stopped, as the Patriots rallied back to win. They had arrived at the elusive 16-0, just 3 postseason victories away from perfection. Dolphins fans and the rest of the league held their breath as the Patriots inched closer and closer. The Jaguars put up a valiant effort, but were ultimately no match. The fabled 17-0 record, which stood alone for so long, had been equaled. In the AFC Championship, the Chargers held the Pats' offense to just 21 points, but it still wasn't enough to stop them. For the first time in NFL history, a team had reached 18-0. The 72 Dolphins had been surpassed. This Patriots team may have held nearly every single accolade the league kept track of, but they still weren't perfect. Awaiting them in Super Bowl 42 was their final opponent. In a twist no one saw coming, the only team left standing in their way was, once again, the New York Giants. It would be the first Super Bowl appearance for the other Manning brother. While Peyton could never quite find perfection, Eli could do the next best thing by preventing it. The Giants entered the game as one of the biggest underdogs in Super Bowl history. Nobody expected them to get there in the first place, and now that they did, they had to face what was already being crowned as the best team ever. But despite the overwhelming task in front of these Giants, they knew that the pressure was on the Patriots. After how far they'd come, this was a game they could not lose. Sometimes it pays to be the underdog. You have nothing to do but go out and shock the world. The game was a tense defensive struggle. For the first 3 quarters, the score remained deadlocked at 7-3. With just 10 minutes left, the Giants finally broke through to take the lead. It looked like the nerves were really getting to the Patriots, as they were on the verge of losing everything they had worked for. With their backs against the wall, Brady led a touchdown drive to retake the lead with less than 3 minutes to play. If the defense could stop the Giants from marching 83 yards down the field, then perfection was theirs. Thus far, the Patriots have experienced good fortune all season, but their luck was about to change, because after biding their time until the last possible opportunity, the ghosts had finally come out to play. Early in the drive, the Patriots have a chance to end the game by stopping the Giants on 4th and 1. Running back Brandon Jacobs just barely converts, and the game continues. On the next play, Manning gets hammered by a defender, but he hangs on to the ball, and the game continues. The play after that, Manning misses badly on a throw, sending the ball straight towards defender Asante Samuel. The ball bounces off his fingertips, and the game continues. The Giants had now dodged a bullet on 3 consecutive plays, but it's the next one which turns this sequence from lucky to downright supernatural. Manning drops back to throw and is immediately smothered by the defense. Somehow he escapes. Eli heaves the ball towards receiver David Tyree, who after this game will never catch another pass for the rest of his career.
Another ad.
What a play! David Tyree had Harrison all over him. The ball was on his helmet, but he got his other hand on it and pulled it in.
What just transpired may have been the most unlikely series of events to ever happen in a single NFL play, and it occurred at the direct expense of a team 60 seconds away from a perfect season. In this moment, it finally dawned on the Patriots that after all this time, they weren't the team of destiny. 4 plays later, the Giants scored the game-winning touchdown. Many considered a Giants victory to be unthinkable, but if you've been following along, you may have noticed that they've been doing this kind of thing since the very beginning. The final seconds of the game featured Tom Brady desperately chucking the ball downfield to Randy Moss, a play that had worked so many times for them during the season. This time, however, it just isn't meant to be. The Patriots had made it to the very doorstep of Perfectville. They kept knocking and knocking, but no one was there to answer. The 2007 Patriots finished with an 18-1 record, choking away perfection in the final minute of the final game. They had come the closest of anybody and were therefore condemned to the very worst fate. Many years later, Tom Brady retired as by far the greatest quarterback to ever play the game. He ended up throwing for over 100,000 yards, an unfathomable amount. He played the most, did the most, and won the most. He was the absolute best athlete that anyone could have asked for. But he wasn't perfect.
Yep.
Since 1972,
Nobody's been perfect. Since 1972.
In the summer of 2013, the undefeated Dolphins received an unexpected invitation. President Obama had welcomed them to the White House. Ordinarily, this honor is reserved for reigning champions of American sports, but by this point the squad had become so legendary that it was worth the exception. In their time, the NFL just didn't matter as much as it does today, and the team never received a proper ovation. This was possibly because then President Richard Nixon, a Redskins fan, evidently didn't feel like celebrating. Despite the snub, the players never thought much of it. What's funny to consider is that the 72 Dolphins probably never realized just how big of a deal their accomplishment would end up being.
Oh, yeah.
It's fair to say that no other team in American sports has remained so relevant for so long.
No other team will do it again.
2022 marked 50 years since the perfect season. By now, the NFL's 16-game era has come and gone, with no team ever reaching the elusive 19-0. As of today, the bar to clear is now 20-0, after the league expanded its regular season to 17 games in 2021. And with talks of an 18-game schedule on the horizon, it's looking more and more improbable that anyone else can get to Perfectville. And so, the obvious question remains, will anyone ever break the Dolphins' record? However, I think the far more interesting question to be asked is whether we want to see it happen. When it aired, more viewers tuned into Super Bowl 42 than any other game in American history. People are fascinated by perfection. To witness it is akin to encountering a pristine oasis in a vast, barren wasteland. The human condition is defined by imperfection. Modern existence is utterly inundated with mediocrity and dysfunction. And while you may think this would only intensify our appetite for perfect things, it turns out that people seem to prefer the contrary. Because as the Patriots were closing in on 19-0, most of us were rooting for them to lose. The same is true whenever any team gets a little too far in the season without a defeat. In fact, preying on the downfall of the last undefeated team has become somewhat of an annual tradition. The NFL has already seen one perfect record, and for most fans, that's enough. It's been around for so long now that it's hard to imagine the game without it. So many illustrious teams have failed in their quest to reproduce it that any others pursuing it today just feel unworthy. But surely, after enough time passes, a new challenger is bound to come along and give the ghosts a run for their money. So far this season, the 2023 Dolphins won't finish the year perfect, but they did manage to make some history of their own. The ultra-rare 70-point game, a milestone that no team had accomplished since the dark ages of the sport. A feat so alien to the modern football world that it doesn't look right on our present-day scoreboards. After all this time, the Dolphins still have the uncanny ability to captivate us by making numbers go up. At the end of the game, they had the opportunity to run up the score even higher and tie the all-time record of 73. However, while on the cusp of what could have been his most defining career achievement, Coach Mike McDaniel ordered his team to stand down. When asked about it afterwards, he explained that it was a matter of karma. The modern NFL is more data-driven than ever before. Every measurable statistic is tracked and analyzed to give teams any sort of edge over the competition. McDaniel himself is considered one of the most brilliant strategic minds in the game, and yet, plenty of the league's most important historic decisions are still governed by superstition.
And that's called karma. And, try to keep good karma with the Miami Dolphins.
By now, everyone knows that bad things happen when you try to pass 72.
Hi, I'm Don Shula. I like to watch movies. I've seen this next one quite a few times already. But you know something? I don't think I'll ever get tired of seeing it.
They say that records are meant to be broken. It stands to reason that somewhere down the line, one fortunate team will eventually join the perfect Dolphins on the mountaintop. However, there is a realistic possibility that no one ever gets there again, and that the perfect season is that much more special than anyone could have imagined. If that's the case, then the 72 Dolphins may have stumbled upon something that defies everything we know about sports. They own a title that they may truly never lose again. The legend continues, and until anyone else can complete the journey up the stairway, the NFL's only perfect team will be waiting and watching. As the years go by, these select few men have nothing else to do but savor the moment. Many of them are no longer with us. It's entirely possible that their defining achievement will outlive them all. If there really is a team of ghosts haunting the league from the other... Someday, not too long from now, they'll all be reunited for the final time. And when that happens, I hope they remember to bring champagne.
Love slots? The draft?
Nope, I hate slots.
Of such great powers or beings, there may be conceivably a survival of a hugely remote period when consciousness was manifested, perhaps, in shapes and forms long since withdrawn before the tide of advancing humanity, forms of which poetry and legend alone have caught a flying memory and called them gods, monsters, mythical beings of all sorts of kinds. Algernon Blackwood. This is the opening quote of what is undoubtedly one of the most infamous horror stories ever told. And that story, of course, because you saw the title, is Call of Cthulhu. It's hard to argue that H.P. Lovecraft is not an influential writer, but what I think can be argued is that more people are familiar with the impacts of his stories than they are the stories themselves. For example, I'm sure most of you have heard of Cthulhu or concepts of things like cosmic horror, for which a lot of people point Lovecraft as the originator of, but I guarantee that far fewer of you have actually read the guy's stuff. Why is that? Why is Lovecraft more remembered for his concepts and ideas rather than the narratives he told? And on top of that, are those narratives worth reading? And is it scary? All of that we're going to look at today, because I want to go through the story, talk about some of Lovecraft's impact, or at least Call of Cthulhu's impact on horror as a whole, and all in all, talk about why I find this book to be so interesting. I'm also trying out a lot of new things in this video. I have this new green screen room I've been building now. I'm finally holding a lapel mic that I'm too afraid to actually use as a lapel because I'm convinced I'll mess it up somehow. So good job. You guys finally bullied me enough for my shotgun mic. So thanks for that. So we'll see how this video goes. But I, for one, am excited to talk about the unknown, cosmic, and infinite horror Call of Cthulhu. But do you know what's even better than forbidden knowledge and forgotten nightmares? It's been of it in the morning to get even days along with. Thank you all so much for go ahead and get into it. But as always, thank you for watching. The first lines of the story tell us that the things we are about to read were found among the papers of the late Francis Wayland Thurston of Boston. So hopeful beginnings. Everything we're about to read is from a dead guy. We then have that quote from Algernon Blackwood that I opened the video with. Algernon Blackwood spent a lot of his life detailing stories about different ancient cultures and myths, and then kind of combining them and publishing them for a lot of people to see, one of those being the Wendigo, so, you know, I appreciate it. But our first words from the author, from Francis himself, kind of paint a picture of where this story's going. The most merciful thing in the world, I think, is the inability of the human mind to correlate all its contents. We live on a placid island of ignorance in the midst of black seas of infinity, and it was not meant that we should voyage far. The sciences, each straining in its own direction, have hitherto harmed us little. But someday, the piecing together of disassociated knowledge will open up such terrifying vistas of reality and of our frightful position therein, that we shall either go mad from the revelation or flee from the light into the peace and safety of a new dark age. Now already we have some of the concepts that make Lovecraft so famous. The ideas of not our nightmares being these new manifestations or these beasts that we conjure up in our minds. Instead, there's some kind of collective forgotten memory. This building off of the Blackwood quote that the story opens with. But then for Francis to say here that not only are we building off of some collective nightmare we've forgotten, but that it's a good thing, we can't really put it together, paints a picture of what's going to be uncovered throughout this tale. Francis tells us that the reason he's writing is because his great-uncle has passed away. His great-uncle was Professor George Ongle, a language professor at Brown University. His great-uncle, 92 years of age, died when he was attacked by a man and then collapsed to the ground. However, it didn't seem that the man who attacked him had actually attacked him in any physical way, because there were no clear signs of his cause of death. However, due to his age, the doctors figured it was probably a heart-related ailment, so no one thought anything suspicious. Since Ongle had no children or spouse to speak of, Francis is the executor of his estate. While going through his great-uncle's belongings, Francis comes across a locked box that it takes him some time to find the key for. What he finds in that box would lead to all of the horrors you're going to hear from here on out. Now, we're about to get into spoiler territory. We're about to get into the meat of the story. So I emphasize now what is more important than listening to my video or to hearing what someone else has to say about
reading
literature.
the book.
Consuming literature for yourself. Not literally, don't eat the book. Unless it's really good, I guess. I will make the caveat, however, that while this book doesn't really contain any, like, super hyper-violence or anything like some of the stories I cover, it does contain a lot of racism. So if you're not comfortable with that, maybe don't read it.
Was
and you may hear that and be like, oh, what? Does it say like a couple slurs? No, actually, racism is integral to the plot. We'll talk about it more as we get to it, but just know that if you're wanting to read this story for yourself.
Even for his time, he
Francis
was
opens the locked box and inside finds
very
papers
racist.
and a statue.
Very racist. Which is kind of odd.
Locked box, and inside finds several papers and a statue. Above these apparent hieroglyphics was a figure of evident pictorial intent, though its impressionistic execution forbade a very clear idea of its nature. It seemed to be a sort of monster, or symbol representing a monster, of a form which only a diseased fancy could conceive. If I say that my somewhat extravagant imagination yielded simultaneous pictures of an octopus, a dragon, and a human caricature, I shall not be unfaithful to the spirit of the thing.
H.P. Lovecraft
a pulpy, tentacled head surrounded a grotesque and scaly body with rudimentary wings. But it was the general outline of the whole which made it most shockingly frightful. Behind the figure was a vague suggestions of a cyclopean architectural background. If the statue wasn't odd enough, along with it are several different documents collected by the late professor. The heading above these simply saying the words, Cthulhu Cult. While there were several supplemental texts within this large document, things like newspaper clippings or pieces of Theosophist literature, the bulk of the manuscript was made up of two separate accounts. The first of these accounts was of the professor's interactions with a young man named Henry Wilcox. The young Henry Wilcox, an art student near Brown University, came to the professor for help. Wilcox had the statue, the same one that Francis would later find in a locked box, and was asking the professor to help him identify what it could mean. The professor, an expert in ancient cultures, takes one look at the statue and realizes it was made yesterday. So he shrugs it off as some kind of joke. But it's what Wilcox says when the professor remarks on the recency of the statue that catches the professor's attention. It is new indeed, for I made it last night in a dream of strange cities, and dreams were older than brooding tear or the contemplative sphinx regarding girdled Babylon. So, the professor starts to listen. In the early hours of March the 1st, late in the night, an earthquake ripped through New England. Wilcox says that after the earthquake, he began to have these vicious dreams. The dreams always depicted him in these ancient cities, or something that can be described as similar to cities. These great gigantic pillars of rock that extended beyond his imagination. Along the rock were these runes he couldn't identify, but this language was scrawled on every inch of the place. The moss that hung from the stones implied that this was a city long forgotten and far from human. Wilcox says that through these dreams, his brain was filled with voices and messages he couldn't understand. And from them, the only thing he could make out, the only thing he could take into the waking world with him, was the phrase, Cthulhu Fhtagn. It's from this that Professor Ongle was terrified. He begins to ask Wilcox about ancient cults and lost stories and histories humanity isn't privy to. Wilcox doesn't understand what the professor's talking about. He simply came to him to help identify this thing he saw in his dream and later carved out of stone. The professor is so desperate, he swears to Wilcox that he will keep his secret. If this is some kind of joke, if it's a prank, he will never mention it to anyone if Wilcox just tells the truth. But Wilcox doesn't know what the professor's talking about. We'll later find out that this name, Cthulhu, means something to the professor, but young Wilcox isn't privy to it. Once the professor is convinced that Wilcox is speaking in earnest, every day he begins to document whatever dreams Wilcox has had. And every day, they remain the same. These legends, visions almost, of forgotten cities. So from March the 1st to March the 23rd, the professor takes note of the things Wilcox sees in his dreams. The only words being repeated again are Cthulhu and Relia. The reason the accounts stop on March the 23rd is because suddenly, Wilcox seems to lose his mind. He comes down with a horrific fever and begins speaking nonsense in something the professor can't even understand. He's moved back to his family home, and doctors check in on him to see that it seems he's come down with some mysterious illness that appears to be killing him. However, after only a little over a week of this delirious state, Wilcox just snaps out of it. On April the 2nd, he wakes up feeling much better, and that seems to be the end of it. As a matter of fact, from there, Wilcox doesn't even have any more dreams, so he's of no use to the professor. So the professor begins to take up stories and notes of other dreamers within the region. And it turns out that at the same time Wilcox began experiencing his dreams, several other people around the New England area also began experiencing really weird dreams, all depicting these ancient ruins and lost cities. The worst of this came from March the 23rd to April 2nd, the same period of time that Wilcox came down with the fever. During this time, dozens of people had these vivid waking nightmares of some horrible place once forgotten, and several describing something awful, miles high as they described it, walking among the ruins. One man even died after screaming for several days that something from hell is coming to take him. Furthermore, among the documents that Francis finds, the professor had collected stories of people taking their own life in that period of time, waking up out of a dream and hurling themselves out of an apartment window. He connected this to stories after March the 23rd that didn't explicitly have to do with dreams. There were several facilities for the mentally unwell where people for a week on end were screaming and shouting and had to be constantly sedated. In India, there were reports of an uprising full of destruction. It seems that something that no one is connecting the dots on happened in the days after March the 23rd, and perhaps the professor is the only one who can put it together. The professor then describes in his manuscript that once again Francis is reading why the name Cthulhu was so impactful to him, and why, upon inspection of the statue, he had seen that image once before. The second large piece of the professor's manuscript is the story of an inspector named John LeGras. In 1908, the professor was at the American Archaeological Society meeting in St. Louis, which you can effectively imagine to be a nerd convention for old nerds. As the professor was in attendance with several of his colleagues, someone new showed up. This man was a police inspector from New Orleans, the aforementioned John LeGras. Or I think it's LeGras. It's spelled like LeGras. It might be LeGras, but French names scare me. There's like 18 letters and you pronounce 2 that aren't in there. It's strange. The inspector had arrived at this archaeological meeting in 1908 looking for answers. While raiding a cult in the swamps south of New Orleans, the inspector and his men found something that they could not.
Sad time.
On the 12th day of Wind.
On the 12th day of Shut the Hell Up, I don't want ads. I just want to watch a video.
They could not identify. The figure, which was finally passed slowly from man to man for close and careful study, was between 7 and 8 inches in height, and of exquisitely artistic workmanship. It represented a monster of vaguely anthropoid outline, but with an octopus-like head, whose face was a mass of feelers, a scaly, rubbery-looking body, prodigious claws on hind and forefeet, and long, narrow wings behind. This thing, which seemed instinct with a fearsome and unnatural malignancy, was of a somewhat bloated corpulence, and squatted evilly on a rectangular block or pedestal covered with undecipherable characters. The tips of the wings touched the back edge of the block. The seat occupied the center, whilst the long, curved claws of the doubled-up, crouching hind legs gripped the front edge and extended a quarter of the way down toward the bottom of the pedestal. The cephalopod head was bent forward, so that the ends of the facial feelers brushed the backs of huge forepaws, which clasped the croucher's elevated knees. The aspect of the whole was abnormally lifelike, and the more subtly fearful because its source was so totally unknown. Its vast, awesome, and incalculable age was unmistakable. Yet, not one link did it show with any known type of art belonging to civilization's youth, or indeed to any other time. Totally separate and apart, its very material was a mystery, for the soapy, greenish-black stone with its golden or iridescent flecks and striations resembled nothing familiar to geology or mineralogy. The characters along the base were equally baffling, and no member present, despite a representation of half the world's expert learning in this field, could form the least notion of even their remotest linguistic kinship. They, like the subject and material, belong to something horribly remote and distinct from mankind as we know it. Something frightfully suggestive of old and unhallowed cycles of life in which our world and our conceptions have no part. Only one person at the convention has seen anything like it. This man, another archaeological professor, says that he encountered a group of natives off the coast of Greenland who had idols of a similar visage, and that the people who praised these idols were known for their barbarity. You know, cannibalism, human sacrifice, the whole works. After the inspector and this professor who studied the group off of Greenland conversed for some time, they managed to piece together from all of the phrases and things they picked up from the chants they heard a single phrase repeated by both cults. And that phrase is this series of words. I'm not even going to try. And I know people make fun of me all the time. They're like, what are you say every time he sees a phrase in a language that isn't American English? Oh, I'm not even going to try. I get that. This isn't any language. This is fake. Lovecraft made this up. Okay,
yeah,
this
Lovecraft made this language up.
The inspector said, after conversing with one of the cult members who was captured after the raid in New Orleans,
it's a made-up language.
Confirmed to him
it's like shit I would write when I was schizo posting. It's a made-up language. It's not real.
Dead Cthulhu. Or I guess more specifically, Francis relays to us what his professor uncle wrote about what the inspector said happened at the raid in New Orleans. In 1907, the New Orleans police were informed that several people in the swamps south of the city had been going missing. The majority of the people who were going missing were from the impoverished regions outside of any large community, and it seems that through the night, they had been picked off one by one. The reports also said that within the tree line, at night, you could hear chanting and drums, and that none of the locals would dare go searching. So on November 1st of 1907, 20 police officers from New Orleans took a trip into the swamp to try to find out what was happening to all these missing people. Sure enough, when the police get there late in the evening, they begin to hear the same drums and the same yells that were reported before. However, as they got closer, they began to hear screaming and yelling. They couldn't tell if it was from a man, an animal, or something in between. The
manimal.
locals who were previously showing the police the way suddenly quit, saying that there are legends of these bat-like demons that fly out of the caves at night and dance to the devil in the woods, and that they certainly weren't going to step out there. As the police make their way through the tree line, they see what appears to be a fire somewhere out in the distance. And upon coming to a clearing, they see this. In a natural glade of the swamp stood a grassy island of perhaps an acre's extent, clear of trees and tolerably dry. On this now leaped and twisted a more indescribable horde of human abnormality than any but a Sime or an Angarola could paint. Void of clothing, this hybrid spawn were brain.
Charging my phone real quick. Hold up. Don't worry, we'll be back playing the video. 33332222111.
Spawn were brain, bellowing and writhing about a monstrous, ring-shaped bonfire, in the center of which, revealed by occasional rifts in the curtain of flame, stood a great granite monolith, some 8 feet in height, on top of which, incongruous in its diminutiveness, rested the noxious carven statuette. From a wide circle of tin scaffolds set up at regular intervals with the flame-girt monolith as a center hung, head downward, the oddly marred bodies of the helpless squatters who had disappeared. It was inside the circle that the ring of worshippers jumped and roared, the general direction of the mass motion being from left to right, an endless bacchanal between the rings of bodies and the ring of fire. To fancy he heard antiphonal responses to the ritual from some far and unillumined spot deeper within the wood of ancient legendary and horror. This man, Joseph D. Galvez, I later met and questioned, and he proved distractingly imaginative. He indeed went so far as to hint of the faint beating of great wings, and of a glimpse of shining eyes and a mountainous white bulk beyond the remotest trees that I suppose he had been hearing too much native superstition.
Ad time.
So seeing this whole parade of primordial gods and dead bodies, the police start shooting at it. The practitioners then fight back, which surprisingly, only 5 of them are killed. An additional 47 are taken as prisoner. The police begin to question the prisoners they have, and from it, they get some details of what this religion entails. They worshipped, so they said, the great old ones, who lived ages before there were any men, and who came to the young world out of the sky. Those old ones were gone now, inside the earth and under the sea, but their dead bodies had told their secrets in dreams to the first men, who formed a cult which had never died. This was that cult, and the prisoner said it had always existed and always would exist, hidden in distant wastes and dark places all over the world until the time when the great priest Cthulhu, from his dark house in the mighty city of Aurelia, under the waters, should rise and bring the earth again beneath his sway. Someday he would call, when the stars were ready, and the secret cult would always be waiting to liberate him. Meanwhile, no more must be told. There was a secret which even torture could not extract. Mankind was not absolutely alone among the conscious things of earth, for shapes came out of the dark to visit the faithful few. But these were not the great old ones. No man had ever seen the old ones. The carven idol was great Cthulhu, but none might say whether or not the others were precisely like him. No one could read the old writing now, but things were told by word of mouth. The chanted ritual was not. That was never spoken aloud, only whispered. The chant meant. These ancient dead things, or at least dead in the closest way we could describe them, seem to be controlling not only this group south of New Orleans, but groups across the world. I mean, we heard at the archaeological convention that similar things were found in Greenland. And if the cult members are to be believed, then this belief stretches further in both time and space than any one man could comprehend. The inspector inquired more and found more information from a mestizo named Castro. Castro would tell him more about this religion of a dead god. These great old ones, Castro continued, were not composed altogether of flesh and blood. They had shape, for did not this star-fashioned image prove it? But that shape was not made of matter. When the stars were right, they could plunge from world to world through the sky. But when the stars were wrong, they could not live. But although they no longer lived, they would never really die. They all lay in stone houses in their great city of Aurelia, preserved by the spells of mighty Cthulhu for a glorious resurrection when the stars and the earth might once more be ready for them. But at that time, some force from outside must serve to liberate their bodies. The spells that preserved them intact likewise prevented them from making an initial move, and they could only lie awake in the dark and think, whilst uncounted millions of years rolled by. They knew all that was occurring in the universe, for their mode of speech was transmitted thought. Even now, they talked in their tombs. When, after infinities of chaos, the first men came, the great old ones spoke to the sensitive among them by molding their dreams, for only thus could their language reach the fleshy minds of mammals. He goes on to say that in this sort of end times, after Cthulhu has risen, he will bring about an era where men know pleasure like they've never known pleasure before, and know violence and anger and wrath and all of their natural feelings in ways currently impossible. It's as if Cthulhu will unlock channels to the mind that we didn't know existed. And it makes sense, as Cthulhu's been here much longer than even the mind itself has existed. Castro goes on to say that this lost city of Aurelia is lying beneath the sea. The stars, ancient heavenly bodies in space, must be just right for Cthulhu and his followers to live. But that now, at this moment in time, the stars are wrong, so we're at peace. But even though Cthulhu is dead for now, we can still think through the dreams of men. And that one day, the stars will be right again. And when that happens, Cthulhu will rise, and all of the memories that humanity has forgotten will be made new. Castro goes on to say that this religion is so ancient and so hidden, there's not even written text about it. You can't even find some hidden book that is their sort of Bible. It is simply a thing wholly reserved to shadow. Castro mentioning that the only written record that has anything to do with the Cthulhu cult, a cult that is supposedly older than time, is double meanings within the Necronomicon, one of which being the quote, "That is not dead which can eternal lie, and with strange eons even death may die." So Francis is reading all of this, the stories of Lagrange and the professor and whatnot, and comes to the conclusion that Wilcox had to be making it up. And that makes sense, right? There was a cult in southern Louisiana that this whole story of human sacrifices and whatnot made its way to his great uncle, the professor, and then by coincidence, someone who knew his great uncle shows up with a statue and stories of the same thing. So Francis goes to Wilcox to effectively chew him out because he thinks that Wilcox preyed upon the fears of an old man. But when Francis gets to Wilcox's house, if you'll remember, Wilcox is an artist, hence why he was able to carve the statue of Cthulhu in the first place. When Francis gets there, Wilcox's house is full of paintings and sketches and drawings and dioramas and everything you could imagine of these dreams of his, of these lost cities, and of Cthulhu and the coming end. Francis doesn't tell Wilcox what he's found. If Wilcox is truly wrapped up in this in ways that he can't attest to, if his mind is possessed by Cthulhu, then perhaps better to not tell him the full extent of his troubles, to tell him how doomed he really is. But Francis is thinking on these things, and he thinks on his great uncle, and considers that perhaps his death wasn't just some random attack. Perhaps a member of the cult found that the professor was learning too much. Which, for one, is a terrifying thought. I'll talk more analysis about the cult and stuff like that at the end, but the idea that Cthulhu can communicate with people through dreams and visions, and he can effectively choose his congregants at any given point from anywhere in the world, then you could be, the safest place imaginable, You could be in a place where no Cthulhu cult members would ever get you, and then, oops, look at that, your roommate had a dream that he's supposed to stab you for the fish god. Whoops. Francis says that there was no more information he could find about the Cthulhu cult, so he kind of had to leave it on the shelf for a bit. Until one day, he was just browsing through some stuff, and then came across a newspaper from the Sydney Bulletin. This newspaper, again from Sydney, Australia, was dated as April the 18th of 1925. This is, if you'll recall, just a couple of weeks after all the strange occurrences that happened through March and early April of 1925. You know, the dreams, the visions, people going crazy, you get it. The newspaper recounts the story of a ship called the Alert of Dunedin that was found with one crew member alive and one body on board. However, the two people found on the Alert of Dunedin had set out on a ship called the Emma some weeks earlier. And originally, there were 6 people. Well, there were 6 more of them. There were 8 crewmen in total, and now there were only 2. So there's 6 unaccounted for. The one survivor, a man named Gustav Johansson, would later tell the tale, or at least most of the tale. Gustav said that on March the 22nd, him and his crew were attacked by a group of effectively pirates aboard the Alert. Gustav said that the men aboard the Alert fought with a savagery with their hands and teeth, and that the members of Emma were able to fight them off, although cannon fire had caused their ship to sink. So the 6 crew members boarded the Alert and began to follow it on its predetermined course. For some reason, the men now commandeering the Alert were compelled to see where the ship was originally heading. Gustav says that they made it to an island, and then something happened, and now there were 6 men missing. Now, why would any of this matter to Francis, right? It's just a story of a pirate attack in the ocean. Well, not only did it occur again on the week that all of the occurrences happened, according to his great uncle, but also the newspaper mentioned that the sole survivor, Gustav Johansson, was clutching a small statue when he was found. So Francis seeks out this story immediately. He travels to Australia, he traces from his friends to pubs he visited. He goes everywhere trying to locate Gustav, eventually discovering that Gustav moved home with his wife. However, when Francis finally locates his home, all he finds is Gustav's widow. His widow says that after whatever happened at sea, he was never the same. More specifically, she says that he was walking through the dock when suddenly a bundle of papers falling from an attic window had knocked him down, and that killed him. But again, it points to suspicious deaths befalling people who know too much about this story. The widow says that there were only a group of papers that he left behind that he simply said were technical matters. It's to be noted that Gustav's wife only spoke Dutch, and Gustav wrote these letters in English, supposedly so she couldn't read it. Francis takes these papers, and upon reading them, finds out what really happened to the crew of the Emma. Johansson, thank God, did not know quite all. Even though he saw the city and the thing, but I shall never sleep calmly again when I think of the horrors that lurk ceaselessly behind life in time and in space, and of those unhallowed blasphemies from elder stars which dreams beneath the sea, known and favored by a nightmare cult ready and eager to loose them upon the world whenever another earthquake shall heave their monstrous stone city to the sun and air. Everything seems to follow the account that Gustav gave the paper up until they make it to the island, which he describes as such. I suppose that only a single mountaintop, the hideous monolith-crowned citadel whereon great Cthulhu was buried, actually emerged from the waters. When I think of the extent of all that may be brooding down there, I almost wish to kill myself forthwith. Johansson and his men were awed by the cosmic majesty of this dripping Babylon of elder demons, and must have guessed without guidance that it was nothing of this or of any sane planet. Awe at the unbelievable size of the greenish stone blocks, at the dizzying height of the great carven monolith, and at the stupefying identity of the colossal statues and bas-reliefs, the queer image found in the shrine on the Alert is poignantly visible in every line of the mate's frightened description. Without knowing what futurism is like, Johansson achieved something very close to it when he spoke of the city. For instead of describing any definite structure or building, He dwells only on broad impressions, vast angles, and stone surfaces. Surfaces too great to belong to anything right or proper for this earth. And impious with horrible images and hieroglyphs. I mention his talk about angles because it suggests something Wilcox had told me of his awful dreams. He said that the geometry of the dream place he saw was abnormal, non-Euclidean, and loathsomely redolent of spheres and dimensions apart from ours. Now, an unlettered seaman felt the same thing whilst gazing at the terrible reality.
Love slots? The DraftKings Casino app.
No, Kevin Hart, I hate slots. In fact, I'm trying to watch a video about Cthulhu.
Felt the same thing whilst gazing at the terrible reality. Now this is fascinating, that all the way back in the 1940s, Lovecraft began to mention concepts, and this isn't the only time he mentions them in his work, but through his writings mentions concepts of non-Euclidean architecture, or of shapes and angles that shouldn't make sense but do. Like they're almost on several different points of existence at once. The men make it to this stone pyre and begin to climb up it, eventually coming to this great shape that they describe as massive barn doors. We're not explicitly told how tall this thing is, but it's tall enough that you can park a ship on it and walk up to it. And I imagine, considering what happens in a minute, very big. As the men are looking around the edges of the rock, one of them climbs near the top of the door, and upon pressing in, the door begins to open. And in describing what happened next, the story says this. The aperture was black with the darkness almost material. That tenebrousness was indeed a positive quality, for it obscured such parts of the inner walls as ought to have been revealed, and actually burst forth like smoke from its eon-long imprisonment, visibly darkening the sun as it slunk away into the shrunken and gibbous sky on flapping, membranous wings. The odor rising from the newly opened depths was intolerable, and at length the quick-eared Hawkins thought he heard a nasty, slopping sound down there. Everyone listened, and everyone was listening still when it lumbered slobberingly into sight and gropingly squeezed its gelatinous green immensity through the black doorway into the tainted outside air of that poisoned city of madness. Poor Johansson's writing almost gave out when he wrote of this. Of the 6 men who never reached the ship, he thinks 2 perished of pure fright in that accursed instant. The thing cannot be described. There is no language for such abysms of shrieking and immemorial lunacy, such eldritch contradictions of all matter, force, and cosmic order. A mountain walked or stumbled. God, what wonder that across the earth a great architect went mad, and poor Wilcox raved with fever in that telepathic instant. The thing of the idols, the green, sticky spawn of the stars, had awaked to claim his own. The stars were right again, and what an age-old cult had failed to do by design, a band of innocent sailors had done by accident. After vegetillions of years, great Cthulhu was loose again, and ravening for delight. It's in this thing's resurrection that 6 of the men are killed at once, 3 of them in a single swoop of its claw. Gustav and one crewmate make it to the boat and begin to sail away as this giant, monstrous creature begins to swim after them, faster and greater than the ship itself. Gustav, realizing that they're not going to outrun it, turns the ship around and rams it directly into the creature's head. After Gustav looks back after the ship rammed into its head and ripped out a massive chunk of its flesh, he says, "The scattered plasticity of that nameless sky spawn was nebulously recombining in its hateful original form, whilst its distance widened every second as the alert gained impetus from its mounting steam." In other words, it was regenerating. After this, Gustav began to lose his mind. He didn't really care where the ship was going. He just began to wander around the deck, his crewmate laughing maniacally until death found him. Eventually, Gustav was found by a passing ship, and we know the rest of the story from there. But Francis is troubled by all of this. Of course he is. It seems that everything the cult envisioned has come to be. And now, the only one who has all the pieces and knows exactly what happened is Francis, the only surviving investigator of the Cthulhu cult. And the story ends on his words. Cthulhu still lives too, I suppose, again in that chasm of stone which has shielded him since the sun was young. His accursed city is sunken once more, for the vigilance sailed over the spot after the April storm. But his ministers on earth still bellow and prance and sway around idol-capped monoliths in lonely places. He must have been trapped by the sinking whilst within his black abyss, or else the world would by now be screaming with fright and frenzy. Who knows the end? What has risen may sink, and what has sunk may rise. Loathsomeness waits, and dreams in the deep, decay spreads over the tottering cities of men. A time will come, but I must not and cannot think. Let me pray that, if I do not survive this manuscript, my executors may put caution before audacity, and see that it meets no other eye. And if you remember, the story opened with the lines that these were found among the belongings of the late Francis Thurston. And with that, we have the end of Call of Cthulhu. So what is there to say about it? Well, obviously the thing that Lovecraft is known for the most is cosmic horror, right? Which, in effect, or at least in its application here, is the horror of something beyond comprehension. Think about it this way. Pretty much all of human beliefs, or at least things like human religions, revolve around humanity, right? Like through Christianity, Buddhism, what have you. Humanity was created by, a divine being or a divine system, and then everything that exists kind of within relation to humanity. But Lovecraft is stretching to say, what if we are nothing more than a speck on the radar for something we can't even comprehend, something that dies and then undies as the stars change? What if it is going to come alive again, and when it does, it will rip from us everything we understand about existence and give us something more terrible in its place? And the real horror of it is not only is it an insurmountable opponent, right? This isn't even a question of could we defeat Cthulhu. It's that Cthulhu is one piece of a larger puzzle that we were never meant to even know exists. Because how could we ever hope to outlive or best an opponent that we can't even hope to comprehend? And in that regard, I think the story does a good job of it. We have this individual, Francis, who's trying to put these pieces together, and the conclusion he comes to is that everything's hopeless and he's going to die, which is pretty much the end point for most cosmic horror, at least this kind. I also find it interesting that, again, all the way back then, he was playing with ideas of, geometry that shouldn't work the way it does or isn't shaped the way it is. A lot of that we see kind of, reinvigorated in modern culture, but it's insane to think. Is it a good read? I guess. It's not really
it's a great read.
Narrative in a way that,
I have read Call of Cthulhu. It's a great read.
It's more like a documentation. It's just an individual compiling things that did happen and then saying that they're going to die at the end. Funny enough, it's like a lot of modern horror on YouTube, but I don't want to indulge that rabbit hole. There's not really a story per se. Again, it's just kind of like a series of things that happened. Now, again, the purpose of that documentation was to get across the point of the cosmic horror mentioned, throughout the story, and in that job it succeeded, but does that make it a good read? Not necessarily. The concepts and the things you pull out of it are far more interesting than any character or any twist or turn within the tale. It's more interesting as a basis for information than a basis for narrative. I don't even think that Lovecraft was necessarily going for a heavy narrative in this story. He even regarded it as one of his kind of mediocre works, even though this would become one of his more popular works. Lovecraft also has, I hate to say the word universe because that's so overdone, but he has like a kind of connected lore through a lot of his stories. Yes. And it's not in the way you would think of like, Cthulhu shows up in another story because you have to read this one to influence that one. It's kind of just he uses inspiration from some of his mythos onto other mythos. So you'll see like the name Cthulhu or like Rillier or something like that pop up in other stories. But it's not like there's one connected narrative between them. It's just you'll see the same names mentioned, which almost works better than a connected narrative in the
how
the cosmic
Stephen King
horror scene,
references
because
Shawshank
it's like these creatures don't care if we understand what happened or understand their timeline of events. They're simply just there. Now, there's some issues within the story present that I think are worth addressing. Like, for example, the racism within the story, and not just to address like, oh, racism bad. I mean, it was a white dude writing in the 1930s. Duh. But
he was racist
address
for his
how
time.
it doesn't
He was
even
really
work
racist.
within the narrative itself. So a lot of people point out Lovecraft specifically as being like the most racist author ever.
Maybe.
And yes, he was very much so. We all know what he named his cat. But if you read literature from around that time, racism to that degree is pretty common. I think it's more noticeable with Lovecraft because he chooses to base a lot of his stories around it. Like, for example, in the story when I was talking about the cult south of New Orleans, or the people near Greenland, or the people in India, or stuff like that, in the story, they are explicitly described as mongrels, or lesser breeds, or lower races, or what have you. So what he's doing is implying that groups of people who are of lower intelligence, or lower intellect, as Lovecraft sees it, are more susceptible to Cthulhu's calling. And the reason that doesn't make sense narratively is because there's also people like Wilcox who are susceptible to Cthulhu's calling. People who are explicitly called genius by the story. Furthermore, if that is what the story's going with, if the people, or, the lessers, as Lovecraft views them, are the ones actually worshiping Cthulhu, because people like Wilcox didn't know what they were doing. They saw visions and then they painted it, right? He's not worshiping Cthulhu. If the people who are worshiping Cthulhu are these, dumb people, as the story sees them, then...
Ad time.
As the story sees them, then aren't they right? Think about it. This isn't a religion as we know it. It's not like, oh, well, maybe this God exists, maybe that God doesn't, whatever. No, Cthulhu is objectively real. This is the religion. This is how the world works now. You believe in Christianity? Sorry, looks like the squid thing is at the bottom of the ocean, so what are you going to do with that? If that is how the universe works, and that's inevitable, then that means that the worshippers are the only people that are right. Sure, it's bad. It's not good to sacrifice people to an evil squid thing. But if his resurrection's inevitable and the world's going to be destroyed, then they win. There's also a lot of stuff that just kind of happens. It doesn't really bother me because, again, the narrative isn't the story's strong suit. It's the ideas that are getting across that are the story's strong suit. For example, he just so happens to find the newspaper. He's like, well, anyway, I couldn't worry about Cthulhu anymore. Then one day I find a newspaper about Cthulhu. There's stuff like that happens. There were also a couple of other things that I wanted to mention about the story that I forgot to on the initial recording, but I don't want to set all of that up again, so you're getting podcast Wendigo. Congratulations. For one, I think my biggest problem with the actual, narrative of understand God, he only is alive when the stars are right. He has existed for years unfathomable, whatever, right? And then when he finally rises from Relia, he is stopped by a boat. All you have to do is hit him with a boat. And sure, it doesn't kill him. It talks about him regenerating or whatever. Maybe he was charging up power. But with the description that Cthulhu had gotten up until this point, I figured that, you could, hurl a planet at him and it would just pass through him. He's incomprehensible. Lovecraft even says in the story, he is not made of matter. His form is formless or whatnot. But you can hit him with a boat and that KOs him, apparently. So every 200 years, if we just have a boat ready to go in front of the city, that should do the trick. I don't know, it just seems kind of dumb that that's all it takes to stop an incomprehensible god. No, don't get me wrong, I love that whole sequence. I think it's really cool, especially the mention that it was at this exact same moment that Cthulhu rose from the sunken city, that across the world, Wilcox went into a hysteria and began speaking of statues and stuff. It's so cool to imagine that all the people who were receiving dreams were kind of activated at one moment. This was some cosmic occurrence. I love that. It's the boat that I have a problem with. I also want to give one last thought about, like, Lovecraft as a horror author in general. A lot of Lovecraft's horror revolves around concepts of things like misanthropy. And it seems that throughout his writing, this hatred of humanity runs pretty deep for him. Institutions like religion are looked down upon, institutions of government, institutions of different races or groups of people. There is a consistent mistrust of any faculty of man. And I think a lot of that comes from Lovecraft's own life. Both of Lovecraft's parents were institutionalized for mental breakdowns, having a mental condition. You know, it was like the early 1900s, so we didn't have the best documentation for that kind of thing, but they were described as having fits or seeing things that weren't there. And there's some historical evidence to suggest that Lovecraft either inherited or developed something of a similar condition. I think it's safe to say that Lovecraft was definitely an agoraphobic. He lived with his mother for a very long time, up until her being committed, and most of his interaction with the outside world seemed to be through stories and books he would read. Now, in the last 10, 20 years of his life, he would get married, he would meet more people, he would become more accepting of the outside world. But in most of his writing, we see that infection of the idea that humanity is wicked or contains great wickedness. And because of that, I find his writing to be from such an interesting perspective. Because normally, with, like, say, a horror author, we'll have story of humanity being the protagonist or the thing to be cherished, and the monster or the creature or the other of the narrative being the thing to be feared. But in Lovecraft's work, it's almost like humanity is
I'm not gonna lie. I relate with Lovecraft. Lovecraft is one of my problematic favorites because I relate with Lovecraft a lot. Not because I'm racist, but because I have hermit-like tendencies. I'm kind of agoraphobic. I kind of understand where he's coming from, and I have night terrors that haunt me. Speaking of which, I have to stand up and stretch, or else I'm gonna freak. Because I'm winning this game real good. Basically, I don't like people. And I'm not saying that in, like, the average, oh, I don't like people kind of way. I mean, I don't like the presence of people. It physically makes me ill. Problem? Major problem. Major problem. It's social anxiety to the highest degree. It's something that I have dealt with my entire life. That's why I fucking live stream, for God's sake.
Plot. Like, think about here in Call of Cthulhu. We have this great mighty god that looks to destroy life as we know it, effectively, and then we have all these different groups around the world who are worshiping him and want that to happen. It's almost like there is a conspiracy within humanity aimed against itself. And because of that, because humans are often the unknown variable in the equation of his stories, I think it makes for interesting tales. Because perhaps if anyone else was writing a story like Call of Cthulhu, the one hope we would have is that humanity could be united against this threat. But in Lovecraft stories, humanity is part of that threat. And in my opinion, that creates a true nihilistic horror in a way that few authors can attain. And I think that's pretty neat. At the end of the day, I think it's interesting, and I think the story itself is kind of cool, but I would also understand if you wanted to skip it. Now, that being said, I think what is far more impressive than Lovecraft's actual writing is his impact. Yes. I mean, concepts of cosmic horror, you know, non-Euclidean spaces, things humans can't comprehend, is pretty much everywhere in horror fiction nowadays. And even works based directly on Lovecraft have a substantial following. Call of Cthulhu itself has an RPG game, a video game. It's been adapted into I don't know how many mythos and stories through the years. And honestly, you know what? If you want to see like the Lovecraft idea push full bore, I think like one of the best interpretations you can do with it, go watch the first season of True Detective. It is outright Lovecraft. It uses the names like the Yellow King and stuff like that from like Lovecraft or Lovecraft adjacent fiction or whatever. It's even set in Louisiana. The difference is, in Lovecraft's story, the monster or the god or whatever is explicitly real. The cosmic horror exists, whereas the horror in True Detective is the question of, does it exist? So it plays more so in like the in-between, so to speak, rather than having the lessers of society being the practitioners of the religion. It is the elite of society, so therefore you kind of, because your whole cosmic existence is called into question, maybe the elites understand something we don't. Maybe there's some hidden knowledge they have that we don't, stuff like that. I think it's a more interesting use of good ideas that Lovecraft set out. So yeah, basically this whole video was a psyop. Go watch True Detective. I've heard a lot of people say that the Dunwich 4 or At the Mountain of Madness, which I haven't read but I'm familiar with the plot of that one, are his best work. So if you all want me to check those out, I would certainly be happy to. But for now, this has been Call of Cthulhu, and if you thought the story was stupid, or you think I'm stupid, which at least
Ted Kaczynski, the internet's favorite terrorist. A 3-hour video. Strap in, people. We're deep diving.
Hello everybody, happy Halloween. Today we are going to be talking about Teddy K, aka Uncle Ted, aka Ted Kaczynski, aka the Unabomber. Ted Kaczynski has become not only one of the most infamous criminals in American history, but also one of its most beloved. If you've been on the internet for any amount of time, then you've likely seen this face in some documentary or propaganda or cursed meme. And that's because Ted Kaczynski has become more than the crimes he committed and has instead become this kind of public figure whose idea supersedes the man himself. So today, not only do I want to talk about the story of the Unabomber campaign, the series of attacks he committed, how he evaded capture for so long, and how he was eventually caught, as I do with most of my true crime videos, but I also want to talk about his legacy, why people view him the way that they do, why he might have committed the actions that he did, and of course, the manifesto. This is also the point where I should clarify to any YouTube moderators or federal agents watching this, despite the fact that I'm holding a manifesto and that it is contained on my computer under a file named Peanut Butter Recipe with highlighted portions, I in no way support the Unabomber or his actions. This video exists for educational and entertainment purposes. I in no way condone any of the things that I say here or throughout the rest of the video. This is simply a form of edutainment, so to speak. So please do not demonetize this video or show up at my house. I have no idea who I'm kidding about that first part. This video has terrorist in the title. This is absolutely getting demonetized. But regardless, Ted Kaczynski has become one of the most famous cult figures in modern American culture, so we're going to talk about it. A couple of announcements to make before the video actually begins. For one, I had an interview with the federal agent who worked the Ted Kaczynski case herself. She was able to give some amazing stories and theories regarding the Unabomber investigation. And a lot of our conversation shaped a lot of my opinions and thoughts that you're going to see throughout this video. So if you're interested in seeing the full interview that I had with her, and it was a fantastic time, a link to it will be in the description. Check it out if you decide you want more Wendigoon/Ted Kaczynski content. And also, stick around to the end of the video. Not something I can say yet, but just stick around to the end of the video, like literally the last few seconds of it. You're gonna love it. Remember that mention of how this video is absolutely not gonna get monetized because YouTube already hates me, so, you know, who am I kidding? So in order to pay the bills, here's a public service announcement. I brought you all a gift. It's mail. Open it. You can trust me. And that gift that I bring to you all now is today's sponsor, AG1. Because while the Industrial Revolution and its consequences may have been a disaster for the human race, AG1 and its benefits have been a blessing for the human race. I've been on AG1 for about half a year at this point.
I don't care about
as the rest of the family. David recounts a...
I don't care about AG1.
Ted got along great, and to any outsider looking... 22nd of 1942. 7 years after Ted was born in 1949, his parents would have another child, Ted's brother, David Kaczynski. Both Ted and David were born in Chicago, Illinois. But 3 years after David's birth in 1952, the family relocated to Evergreen Park, also in Illinois. To everyone who knew them, and by all accounts we can find, the Kaczynskis were a very happy and healthy family. The parents were very active in the community, David and Ted got along great, and to any outsider looking in, it seemed that the family lived the ideal nuclear lifestyle. However, to those within and close to the family, it wasn't hard to tell that something about Ted was just different. David Kaczynski would later recount going to his mother at a young age and asking why Ted doesn't have as many friends as David does, or why Ted doesn't seem to be as outgoing or interested in meeting people as the rest of the family. David recounts a story that his mother told him in which, when Ted was only a few weeks old, he became very ill. During this illness, Ted's parents brought him to the hospital, and the nurses kept him on sick watch and in intensive care for a few weeks. While his parents were close by and they assured that nothing bad happened to Ted while he was at the hospital, Ted was separated from his parents and especially his mother during this crucial developmental point in his life. David said that his mother recalled after this event, Ted never seemed to cry as much or need the comfort of his mother that he had before, even at such a young age. And it's because of this that Ted's parents often feared that Ted had abandonment issues due to this stay in the hospital. Now, that's not to say that Ted was outright hateful or despising of his parents or David at any point during this time, but perhaps his family attributed some of his social misgivings to this developmental delay. From a young age, David was told by his mother that whatever happens to Ted, never abandon him, because that's the thing that Ted fears the most. And these are words that would echo in David's mind in several years to come. However, Ted's social issues weren't the only things that were very apparent about the young boy. From a young age, Ted was remarkable at any school subject or curriculum that came his way. It was apparent to his parents as well as teachers that he was running circles around everyone else in his grade. So, in the 5th grade, Ted Kaczynski was administered an IQ test. An IQ test, or an intelligence quotient test, as many of you are aware, is a test that determines one's ability to problem solve or pattern recognition or what have you. An IQ of 100 is the standard, or the perfectly middle line of intelligence on the test grading scale. While different grading charts have different criteria, it's typically considered that an IQ of 80 or below is low intelligence, and an IQ of 120 or higher is high or genius intelligence. When Ted Kaczynski was tested in the 5th grade, he scored 167. That puts him on the level of people like Albert Einstein, and also explains why school subjects seem trivial to him. So, seeing his aptitude for learning, Ted was allowed to skip the 6th grade. Well, of course, his parents didn't mean anything negative by this. They wanted their son to succeed and thought that this was a device to maintain that. Ted would later write that he saw this move as being devastating to his social life. While before he was able to get along at a decent pace with kids in his class, now he was the lowest ring on the totem pole. And in his later writings, he would consider this move, skipping a grade during middle school, to be part of the reason he turned out how he did. And as the years went on, Ted remained a bright and scholarly student, but an isolated one. In high school, Ted would join several clubs related to science, like biology and math clubs, and he would even join the school's marching band and have a series of friends known as the Briefcase Boys for their habit of bringing a briefcase to different classes and meetings. However, However, people who knew him during this time would say that despite joining all of these clubs and even band, it wasn't for social status, but was instead another way to maintain his studies. This was seen when, again, by maintaining such high grades, Ted Kaczynski skipped the 11th grade, and by doing summer classes, graduated high school at the age of 15. Ted Kaczynski was accepted to Harvard University at the age of 15 and began attending Harvard at the age of 16, before he even had his driver's license. And of course, while his parents and those around him wanted this for his benefit, knowing what we know now, we can look back and see how this laid the groundwork for things to come. So in 1958, at the age of only 16 years old, Ted began attending Harvard University, and immediately was leagues beyond the rest of his class. Academically, he was excelling beyond people several years older than him. But again, socially, he was quite stunted. And then, of course, there is the one tricky question about Ted's time at Harvard University that has been the main talking point whenever the Unabomber's legitimacy or his motives are ever discussed. It was the point that his defense team fought for when Ted inevitably went to trial. It is a point that has been brought up in the news for decades since. And that is the question, was Ted Kaczynski a part of the MK Ultra experiments? And the answer to that is yes, kinda. For those of you who watch the Wendigoon channel, I'm sure you know what MK Ultra is, but for those who may be uninitiated, MK Ultra was a series of alleged CIA experiments that took place during the Cold War that had the ultimate goal of mind control or torture methods or population control, depending on who you ask. Basically, the US government controlling US citizens against their will. So how does Ted Kaczynski tie into all of that? Well, during his time at Harvard, Ted met a professor by the name of Henry Murray. Murray was holding what was officially described as a debate room between various students. The idea being that the bright young minds at Harvard could come forward to Murray and present a series of beliefs and ideas that they hold to their character. And then they could debate with Murray and other professors at the college as to the legitimacy of their beliefs. And this was all gauged to be some sort of social study or better understanding of the Harvard mindset. When in actuality, that is not what this experiment was at all. See, unbeknownst to Ted Kaczynski, Henry Murray was a former member of the OSS. The OSS, or the Office of Strategic Services, was the predecessor to the CIA that existed during World War II. During World War II, the government collected a series of intelligence agents to keep track on what other countries or different bodies within government are doing. And after World War II was over, they didn't want to just throw those guys away. So the Office of Strategic Services became the Central Intelligence Agency, or the CIA. And it seems that Murray was holding a sort of experiment for CIA records. This experiment, in actuality, was to have students at Harvard bring forward papers or speeches prepared discussing their personal ideas and convictions, and to then verbally berate them regarding those convictions. Some audio records still exist of Ted Kaczynski's conversations with Murray during these experiments. It seems that the purpose of this experiment was to understand how much beratement or belittling it took to make someone give up on their ideas. And you could say this would be used for interrogation or population control or media control or what have you. We don't know what the purpose of these trials was for sure, because for some reason the records regarding these trials are still under lock and key, meaning that it was almost for certain part of some CIA experiment. Ted Kaczynski was a part of these trials for 3 years that he was at Harvard. Now, a lot of the details around these Harvard experiments get overblown. Things like that awful Manhunt miniseries say that Ted was like strapped down to a chair and electrocuted and like had rows of people laugh and mock him, when no. And because of that, some details of the Harvard experiment may seem underwhelming by comparison, but this was a guy who was already socially inept, who now had a superior, a professor at the college, yell at him once a week on a schedule about how stupid his ideas were. Ted would later write about how he considered Murray to be a jerk or just some guy he didn't like. But even in spite of how smart Ted was, I don't think he realized how much this might have had an effect on him. Because you take a guy who despises social settings and is already beginning to despise some
Travis
fabric of
might be
society
joining
as a whole,
later.
and then you yell at him about it for 3 years. Again, it's another piece in the puzzle of what Ted would eventually become. Despite this, Ted would graduate from Harvard in 1962 with a bachelor's degree in mathematics. He also graduated with a GPA of 3.12. And if you're like, oh, I thought he would get a perfect 4.0, he really didn't care about the other required classes he had to take that weren't science, which he just liked me for real. After graduating from Harvard, Kaczynski would pursue a doctorate, and he would do so at the University of Michigan. He took the position at Michigan despite being also accepted to universities like Berkeley or Chicago because Michigan offered him a teaching position. His colleagues and professors at the University of Michigan said that Kaczynski operated on a level most of them could hardly understand. He was entirely dedicated to his work and was so knowledgeable about things like geometric functions that sometimes it seemed he was speaking another language. Some of his teachers even going on to say that he is the best student they have ever seen. Now, there's something else that happened to Ted Kaczynski in 1966 during his stay at Michigan. And I understand that this event is a very sensitive topic that I am going to handle with care, but I believe that his reaction to this event is important for what he would later become. So in the years leading up to 1966, Ted Kaczynski, at least according to David and a few people who were close to him, said that he always had an interest in women, that he always, desired to date a woman, that he was sexually attracted to them, but due to his social misgivings, he never had a lot of luck with the ladies. And it's because of this, despite his best efforts, Ted Kaczynski maintained a kind of sexual frustration. And in writings that he would later write about this time, began to feel levels of misogyny. Not in so much that he felt any kind of violence or belittlement to their status as a person, more so that he just kind of felt an aversion to them. He overall began to feel uncomfortable around women as a whole, or at least not yet. I mention all that to say, in 1966, within his own writings, Ted Kaczynski began to believe that he was transgender. For several weeks in 1966, Ted would write about his feelings regarding being transgender and these thoughts that he was having regarding it, and even set up an appointment with a psychiatrist to discuss gender reassignment. Ted went as far to go to the appointment to meet with this psychiatrist, but while he was in the psychiatrist waiting room, he immediately felt that all of this was a mistake, and he got up and left the room. And then immediately after this, Ted writes for pages and pages about how he wanted to kill the psychiatrist. Ted would write about how he would go about it, how he would ensure that there was no evidence left behind, and it's the first time in Ted's writings that we see a tinge of murderous fantasy. Now, I want to make it very clear, there are several dozens of reports from gender professionals, from doctors who have far more experience than myself in the nature of gender reassignment or transgender individuals. And between the psychologists and other doctors who have read over Ted's writings, it is by and large believed that Ted was not actually transgender. And all of the writings from that few-week period, again, there's nothing about wanting to be a woman as a whole. All of the things he describes are explicitly sexual, or fantasies, or other things that
he tried to kill a psychiatrist.
Because I try to maintain some aspects of the family-friendly channel, but aside from these sexual fantasies, Ted never gave any indication that he was transgender during this period of time, and even given the sexual fantasies, never mentioned it anywhere in his writings outside of this few-week period. And the majority of psychiatrists who have looked at this case believe it to be an outlet of Ted's sexual frustration. But the important part here is that after leaving that psychiatrist's office, Ted starts to think that murdering people is a solution to his problems. Of course, we all understand that it's not the psychiatrist's fault that Ted just so happened
True.
to make an appointment with.
True, it's
that
not
Ted
the
was dealing with
psychiatrist's
this
fault.
experience,
It's
but
that
nevertheless, Ted felt that murdering that person might make it better. In his writings, reflecting on this revelation that murdering the psychiatrist might make his problems go away, Ted says, I felt disgusted about what my uncontrolled sexual cravings had almost led me to do, and I felt humiliated, and I violently hated the psychiatrist. Just then, there came a major turning point in my life. Like a phoenix, I burst from the ashes of my despair to a glorious new hope. In 1967, Kaczynski finished his doctoral dissertation, a paper called Boundary Functions. To this day, mathematicians who read boundary functions say that Ted wrote something that could only be understood by a few people in the world. So after receiving his doctorate in 1967, the then only 25-year-old Ted Kaczynski became an acting assistant professor at the University of California, Berkeley. By September of the next year, he was given a full assistant professor position, meaning that Kaczynski was on track for a very long and fulfilling career in academics. However, according to students that had Kaczynski as a professor, he was a terrible teacher. He taught directly from the book, he did not take questions from the class, and his social skills, once again, not the best. Many said that he seemed uncomfortable just being in front of a classroom of people in the first place, and then much less trying to teach them. Perhaps because of this, on June the 30th of 1969, Ted Kaczynski resigned from teaching, having only been there for 2 years. However, in interviews that Kaczynski would later give, he says that by the time he had taken the job at Berkeley, he had no interest in maintaining his career in mathematics or participating in society as a whole. We'll discuss the validity of that when we talk about the psychology and beliefs of Kaczynski later in this video, but according to Ted, at least later on, he only took the job at Berkeley so that he could make money for a couple of years to afford to dip out of society altogether. Having, in his mind, been wronged by those around him and losing the game of life time and time again, Kaczynski took what money he had and went to live with his parents in Illinois, with the eventual goal of stepping away from humanity forever. So, shortly after resigning from Berkeley in 1969, Ted returns to live with his family in Illinois. For 2 years, Ted lives at his parents' house while he works odd jobs around the greater Chicago area. He tells his family that his ultimate goal is to find a piece of property out in nature, and that right now he's just building up the capital to purchase a piece of land. David was proud of his brother and thought that Ted was being a sort of pioneer, living away from what society would normally dictate. So in 1971, David accompanies Ted to Lincoln, Montana. And while in Lincoln, Ted, with the help of his brother, would purchase a piece of land just outside of town. Now, while Lincoln itself is already situated well into the mountains of Montana, Ted's piece of property was especially so. And on this remote piece of property, Ted built himself a 10 by 14 foot cabin. Aside from a few neighbors who owned adjoining acreage around the area, Ted was now completely isolated. He owned no vehicle and would occasionally bike out to town if he was in need of supplies, but for the most part he had set out to live as a recluse in the mountains of Montana. Now, while Ted did earn some money for himself in those 2 years he was working in Illinois, the vast majority of his livelihood at this point came from his parents. The $2,100 that Ted used to buy the piece of land ate through most of his savings. But considering Ted's remedial lifestyle, it didn't seem to put a strain on his family. In Ted's writings at this time, it seems that he maintained his deep fear of people. He was untrusting with anyone he came into contact with, even people who were completely friendly to him around the town of Lincoln. And despite his isolated way of living, Ted immediately found problems with the few people who lived nearby. For example, nearby there was a group of guys who would often go dirt biking in the hills around Lincoln. Not on Ted's property, mind you, just kind of
so I might be live by the time you get off work.
Close to Ted's property. Ted spoke in his journal how he hated these guys and their noise pollution that he said ruined the environment. On top of that, there was a nearby sawmill that was relatively low scale in its production, but of course Ted had a problem with it because he saw it as someone who hates nature destroying the environment for technology's means. And in his journal began to fantasize about destroying the sawmill. During this time, Ted became more and more reliant on nature, both physically and mentally. He would occasionally bike out to local stores to get things like rice or seeds. with the eventual goal of becoming totally self-reliant. He began to plant fruits and vegetables outside of his cabin with the intent of storing up enough supplies to last through the winter. He became moderately successful at this as the years went on, but initially still required several trips to the local stores. He would bathe in the nearby rivers, and aside from things like detergent to clean his clothes, made an effort to live entirely on the woods around him. His primary food source would be things like entirely on the woods around him. His primary food source would be things like rabbit or squirrel, with what crops he could grow to supplement those meals. He also had a .22 rifle that he would use to hunt these animals. But mentally, he began to dive more into the naturalist lifestyle. In the scarce interview that he would give while in prison, Ted often mentioned how he could sit for hours or even days at a time and never be bored, just soaking in the environment he lived in. He would speak of how technology erodes the mind and makes people feel this constant need to entertain and stimulate themselves. But that when all of that is stripped away, boredom disappears as one can learn to be content with whatever environment they're in. He would later mention that he considered things like mathematics or relationships to all be sort of games, just things to hold over the mind until something better comes along. And as far as Ted was concerned, where he was at now was really living. In one interview that he would give, Ted said, "While I was living in the woods, I sort of invented some gods for myself. Not that I believed in these things intellectually, but they were ideas that sort of corresponded with some of the feelings I had. I think the first one I invented was Grandfather Rabbit. You know, the snowshoe rabbits were my main source of meat during the winters. I had spent a lot of time learning what they do and following their tracks all around before I could get close enough to shoot them. Sometimes you would track a rabbit around and then the tracks disappear. You can't figure out where the rabbit went and lose the trail. I invented a myth for myself that this was the grandfather rabbit, the grandfather who was responsible for the existence of all other rabbits. He was able to disappear. That is why you couldn't catch him and why you would never see him. Every time I shot a snowshoe rabbit, I would always say, 'Thank you, Grandfather Rabbit.' After a while, I acquired an urge to draw snowshoe rabbits. I sort of got involved with them to the extent that they would occupy a great deal of my thought. I actually did have a wooden object that, among other things, I carved a snowshoe rabbit in. I planned to do a better one just for the snowshoe rabbits, but I never did get it done. There was another one that I sometimes called the will-o-wisp, or the wings of the morning. That's when you go out in the hills in the morning and you just feel drawn to go on and on and on and on. Then you are following the wisp. That was another god that I invented for myself. And as Ted began to ruminate in this idea that he had found the truth, that he was the only one who really got what living was all about, it led to a disdain for those that didn't get it, for the others as he saw them. This also compounded off his continuing disdain for technology itself. Because of course to him, technology was the main thing that was holding us back from this true purpose. So these thoughts of violence that he previously had just considered against people in the nearby region, he now made a reality. Remember those guys who would go dirt biking around the trails near his home? Well, Ted followed them back to where they were staying one night and proceeded to take an axe to destroy not only their dirt bikes and part of the house that they lived in, but also broke inside of the house, destroyed a bunch of their stuff, and defecated in their bathtub. There's another group of guys who would go snowmobiling during the winter. So Ted broke into their garage and poured sugar in their gas tanks. The lumber mill that I mentioned earlier, well, in 1975, Ted set part of it on fire. He would also vandalize and destroy any construction equipment that was left away from prying eyes. Now you may be asking yourself, how did he break all of these things over the course of 3 or 4 years and never get caught for it? And that was because most of the people who lived around him would vouch for him. Authorities would often visit the guy who ran the lumber mill or people who lived in the region. And when they were asked if they think Ted Kaczynski could have done it, they would all say no, that he seemed like a perfectly nice guy. Ted, for the most part, kept to himself, but whenever he interacted with people, he gave off this presence of a timid, shy person. He had a high-pitched voice, a bit of an almost stutter around people, and for the most part would just say please and thank you and go about his way. That guy whose lumber mill he set on fire, he had previously helped him build a small building. Several of his neighbors would later say that they just thought he was some guy who maybe got out of Vietnam or had a falling out with his family, and now just wanted to be left to his own devices. And given his presence, everyone assumed he was harmless. So even with all this destruction happening around him, no one was the wiser. But it seems like for Ted, around this point, random acts of vandalism weren't enough. In his journals around this time, 1977, he begins to say that while he is only doing a small part to destroy technological society, that he plans to make a much greater impact. So he decides to scheme. He decides that he will perform acts of terrorism that will halt technology for good. Or at least, that's the plan. But to do that, he's going to need some money. Again, at this point, he had been living off of his parents' allowance and didn't want to raise any eyebrows when he needed more cash. So he asked his brother David for a job back in Illinois, and David got him a job at the Anaconda Company, where David worked as a supervisor. So Ted moved back with his family in Illinois for a short amount of time and began to work at what is effectively a smelting facility. While there, Ted began to develop feelings for one of his co-workers, and surprisingly, even got her to go out on a couple of dates. David describes Ted as being almost childlike during this period of time. David would remark that one day Ted burst into his room and happily exclaimed, "She kissed me," which for Ted might have been the first time he ever got a kiss. However, after a couple of dates, she decided that the relationship wasn't going to continue, but told Ted they could still be friends. As you could imagine, from someone that hates people as much as Ted does, and was just opening up a little bit of a sliver of himself for this opportunity, to have that shut made him very upset. So upset, in fact, that he began to go around work and, I'm not kidding, write limericks about how much he hated her. According to David, there were just poems on sticky notes all over the company that would have jokes about how she smelled bad, or how she was an awful person, or jokes relating to the feminine figure that I'm not going to repeat. Like literally middle school behavior. David, being Ted's boss, ripped all of them down and told Ted if he keeps putting them up, he's going to have to fire him. So sure enough, Ted keeps putting them up, and David fires Ted. Shortly after this happens, Ted writes in his journal that he fantasized about hiding away in that woman's car while she was at work, waiting for her to get off work to come to her vehicle, to which Ted would then kidnap her, take her away, and dismember her. And he goes into vivid detail about how much he would enjoy cutting her up and what he would do to her body parts. But that, of course, he doesn't want to get caught. Now, as mentioned, this isn't the first time Ted has fantasized about murder. It began with the psychiatrist we mentioned earlier. And there were several instances of murder that he fantasized about in between. Of course, he thought about killing the guys who drove dirt bikes around, or the guy who owned the lumberyard, as you can imagine. But perhaps one of the most egregious ones is Ted wanted to kill the 3-year-old daughter of the guy who ran the sawmill. Going so far, according to his journal, to wait for her to get alone by herself out in the pine trees, to which Ted aimed a rifle at her and almost pulled the trigger, only being stopped because he saw her mother further down the hill and knew that if he killed her, he would then have to take care of the mom as well. So before the Unabomber campaign even began, he had fantasized about killing dozens of people, including a woman he had dated and a 3-year-old child. And I think this is important to emphasize, not to virtue signal and be like, oh, killing children is bad. Who would have thought? But to lay out what the psychology of the Unabomber was before the bombings even began. There's a lot of debate around the morality or the goals of Ted Kaczynski. And a lot of people believe him to be a pure altruist, which we'll talk about later. No. But several see his crusade as righteous, as He was planning to destroy the worst parts of society, and he saw bloodshed as necessary to accomplish that goal. But before he had any plans or cares for the greater society around him, he was thinking about killing a kid just because she annoyed him. And while sure, you could view it in tandem as his hatred for humanity was because of, or at the same time, as his love of nature and his despising of technology, I believe it was the other way around. I believe he hated humanity so much that he loved nature because that's just where humans aren't, or at least not as much. And any who are, he wants to get rid of immediately. But we'll get more into that later on in the video. So his time at the company and when David fired him was in 1978. And while at this point he was already planning to begin his bombing campaign, it is worth mentioning this is the last significant event in his life before the bombs began. In 1972, he had thought about killing a scientist in the parking lot of the university because he saw the scientist as impeding nature and society itself. But he had decided against it because he didn't want to get caught. Well, it seems that between 1972 and 1978, he found a way to get that job done without putting himself at risk. So in his cabin in the backwoods of Montana, Ted would begin to build contraptions of pipe bomb and wood disguised within a mail package. So after picking his target on May the 25th of 1978, the Unabomber campaign began.
Loss.
It seems that Ted had grown to despise centers of education and technology, as he saw these establishments as instrumental in society's downfall. So his first target was Northwestern University. On May the 25th of 1978, someone in the parking lot of Northwestern noticed a mail package lying out front of a mailbox. A security guard walked over to pick the package up, and as he moved it, the bomb exploded. The construction of the bomb itself seemed to be a basic pipe bomb, and the explosive was not pressurized enough to do any real damage, only dealing minor burns and scratches to the security guard. Later, investigators would reconstruct what the bomb looked like, and they determined that the reason it was just sitting in front of a mailbox is because the package was too big to fit through the mail chute. So it seems that Ted had pieced it together, not taking into account how big the opening on a mailbox is, and with no other option, just set it on the ground. The only writing on the package was a return address to one of the professors at Northwestern. And despite combing over the remains of the bomb for forensics, the fact that it exploded, as well as Ted's consideration to evidence, meant that they weren't able to get a lead. But considering that this was just one explosion, and it wasn't that serious, investigators considered it a one-off. That was until nearly a year later on May the 9th of 1979, when another bomb showed up at Northwestern University. A graduate student thought that the bomb was strange, walked over to pick it up, and as he did, the bomb exploded. Similar to the last explosive, it wasn't powerful enough to cause a lot of damage, and thankfully the student only received minor cuts and burns. However, this is now 2 bomb attacks on Northwestern University. So the investigators launch into an investigation looking for anyone who may be looking to destroy Northwestern. Now, it should also be mentioned that a lot of the reason that Ted was able to elude authorities for as long as he did, like sure, he took into account forensics or maintaining a low profile where he lived, trying to not associate himself with things that could be related to the Unabomber. For example, there were various eco groups that Ted was a fan of, like Earth First, and despite enjoying their readings, Ted made an effort to never subscribe to their magazine or to let other people see him reading the magazine so that no one would associate him with this eco-terrorist. So sure, while Ted put in some work to not get caught, the majority of the reason that he was able to get away with it was because it was 1979. That bomb that was lying on the table of Northwestern, he just walked into the college and set it down on the table and walked out. And in a society that didn't have the surveillance or security as our society today, it was possible to get away with something like that. While in most modern colleges,
you would
Ted
not
wouldn't
get
have been
away
able to
with
get through the front
being the
door.
Unabomber
Just
today.
keep the time period in mind as we talk about some of the difficulties these investigators faced. But in 1979, they were looking for someone who was trying to target Northwestern. However, all of that would change in November November of that year. On November the 15th of 1979, American Airlines Flight 444 would be the next victim of Ted's bombing campaign. Similar to the first explosive, this bomb was put through the mail system. Ted, knowing that the package would be transferred through a passenger jet, something that the Postal Service doesn't really do anymore, rigged this explosive to go off using an altimeter. The previous explosives were designed that after a certain amount of time, if anyone violently shook the package or opened it, it would blow. But an altimeter is a measurement of something's altitude. So the bomb was designed that after the timer goes off, once the altimeter reaches a certain altitude, the bomb would explode. Meaning that Ted's plan was to blow up an entire passenger jet while it was in the air. Thankfully, for all of those involved, the bomb malfunctioned. The bomb's timer went off, which ignited the detonator, but not the explosive charge. Meaning that it caused the package to produce a lot of smoke and spark off, but thankfully not explode. The plane was evacuated and 12 people sought medical attention for smoke inhalation, but other than that, everyone was fine. Now, to those familiar with the Unabomber case, obviously this story isn't surprising. You've heard it before. But for those of you who are just familiar with the reputation of Ted Kaczynski, this probably sounds out of character. What was a guy who was so concerned with destroying technological society, or those super corporation leaders who are harming nature? What is that guy doing trying to blow up a passenger jet? Sure, jets are an effect of technological society, but the people on the plane don't have anything to do with that. I mean, you could argue they're participating in it, but that's a stretch. What does killing the nearly 100 people on a jet do to reignite society's true meaning? Also, I'm going to have to cover that. It looks like God is about to jump through the window. Actually, you know what? On second thought, it's kind of pretty. Yeah, we're going to run with it. Furthermore, think about the second explosive at Northwestern. Sure, the first one was supposed to wind up in a professor's office, even though it didn't get there, so you could argue that explosive was directional. But for that second one, he just left it on a table. A janitor, anyone could have opened that. And the person who did was just a graduate student. What does killing a random graduate student do, again, to benefit society or to benefit nature? In Ted's journals during this time, there is no level of remorse or even dissatisfaction with the fact that he's killing random people. There's only frustration that he hasn't actually killed anyone yet. All he says is that he needs to get better at making bombs, that he can't believe the altimeter didn't go off, and he really wanted to blow up a jet full of people. Ted Kaczynski is often considered not as bad as other terrorists, at least in United States history, because of his relatively low body count. But the only reason his body count was relatively low is because he wasn't able to do everything that he tried to do. Because if those bombs were as effective as he wanted them to be, there would have been a lot more bloodshed. While part of the bomb was destroyed because, again, the igniter went off, more of it was intact than with the other examples. This allowed investigators to take a closer look at the device and eventually connect it, back to the two Northwestern bombings. There we go, finally. There were a few details that gave away the connection. For one, all three explosives had an unusually large amount of wood in them. The casings of the explosives themselves were made out of wood. Initially, investigators thought that maybe the wood was some kind of potential shrapnel device, which it was, but you can also use like metal for that and get better results. The mechanics of the explosives themselves were especially from old car parts, and several of the brackets and braces within the explosive were hand-fashioned out of wood. This is weird for what the authorities assume is a guy who lives near Chicago and is making explosives in his garage. But of course it makes more sense with the hindsight that we have now that Ted Kaczynski was cutting wood and, I mean, he had nothing else better to do, hand-fashioning pieces to fit into these packages, as well as going to nearby salvage and scrap yards and just stealing stuff from random junk cars. Investigators would later wonder during the case why there were such long periods of time between bombings. Like, there was a year between the first and second bomb, and like 5 months between the second and third. And again, with the hindsight we have now, it's because the dude had to individually piece these bombs together, literally piece by piece. But at this point, the FBI dedicated full attention to this case. Previously, it was someone trying to attack Northwestern with these non-lethal explosives. But now, it was someone trying to take down an entire passenger jet out of the Chicago airport. So the FBI made it into a huge case and assigned a lot of manpower to track this guy down. And because his current targets were universities and airlines, the FBI gave him the designation of the University and Airline Bomber, or as it was abbreviated, the Unabomber. As the FBI are trying to build a profile on who this bomber may be and track down any leads they can, on June the 10th of 1980, Ted sends out his fourth bomb. This package was sent to Lake Forest, Illinois, meaning that all four of his explosives were within Illinois. The package arrived at the doorstep of a man named Percy Wood. Percy Wood was the president of United Airlines. When Percy Wood opened the package, it was the famous novel Ice Brothers. There was an anonymous note attached to the book that said Ice Brothers was a great read and that the sender encourages Percy Wood to check the book out himself. When Percy opened the book, the inside of it had been hollowed out and a bomb was in its place. The bomb detonated, and unlike the previous three, this time caused major injury. Percy Wood didn't die, but he received extreme burns and cuts that nearly caused him to bleed out. Had it not been for emergency services, Percy Wood would have died. And in Ted's own writings, he expresses elation for this. He's excited that one of his bombs went off the way it was supposed to. It made it all the way to his target and then exploded with extreme results. However, he remarks that he wishes Percy Wood would have been blinded or, died. Even if it hadn't happened yet, it is clear that Ted's intent was to kill. The authorities are tracking down anyone who has a criminal record or a grudge with airplanes around the Chicago area. Because again, all four of these bombings take place in Illinois, so it makes sense that the investigators would think the bomber is in Illinois. When in reality, it's most likely that Ted was just performing these attacks around Illinois because it was people and areas that he was familiar with, universities and airports that he grew up around. Ted would make bus trips from Lincoln all the way to Chicago and either drop off or mail his packages by hand. As you can imagine, considering that no one knows Ted and the few people that do have no idea that he could be capable of this, the authorities aren't able to follow any real leads. Even the people around Lincoln, Montana, as if at this point people in Lincoln would be on the lookout for the Chicago bomber around their neck of the woods. But even if they were, residents of the area would later remark that Ted would time his trips to the store, implying that he's going to be in the region for a while, right before he would go on these bus trips to drop off these packages. So even if someone did for some reason suspect Ted Kaczynski at this point, he was manipulating his visits out to town to prove otherwise. So over a year passes since the fourth explosion, and the authorities are none the wiser, when on October the 8th of 1981, a fifth bomb is delivered. However, this one doesn't go off, and it's also not in Illinois. This bomb is found at the University of Utah. And considering universities are kind of on edge from the whole Unabomb thing, someone at the university reports a suspicious package, the police show up and defuse it. You can tell a lot more about an explosive if you get the explosive before it explodes. So now the investigators had their first unused explosive and were able to use that to better grab information about this Unabomber. For one, it's from this unused explosive that they were able to determine things I mentioned earlier, like it was old car parts used for the actual wiring of the device, or wooden pieces where typically metal ones would be used, which proved things that were previously just suspicions about the previous explosives. The other way they were able to tell that this Utah bomb was connected to the Illinois bomb, other than the construction of the bomb itself, like the wood and old parts, was the presence of a small engraving on the metal of the explosive itself that said FC. Now, for a long, long time, authorities didn't know what FC meant. But in hindsight, we know that FC stood for the Freedom Club. The Freedom Club would be a focus for authorities for decades. trying to determine what this FC meant. However, what we know now is that the FC was a red herring. Ted was trying to make it appear that a group of people were responsible for this series of bombings instead of just himself, again to further avoid suspicion. He would strategically place these engravings on parts of the explosive he knew weren't going to blow up, like the end caps to the pipe bomb itself. There would be more misdirection Ted would add with his later explosives, but FC was the first one to really stump authorities. But despite having a now intact bomb, still, there wasn't a lot the police could do with it. There was no forensic evidence that pointed to anyone, let alone a guy who lives in the middle of the Montana wilderness. The one thing that it did show is that while they previously thought just targets in Illinois were in danger, now that a bomb's arrived at a university in Utah, everyone's in danger. Or at least anyone who's ever been to a college or been on a plane. There's a lot of pressure on the FBI to solve this case because in the news, it was clear that people were afraid to travel at this point. And given these long periods of time between bombings, it created this sense of paranoia that no one knew when he was going to strike next. However, those fears would become a reality when on May the 5th of 1982, his next bomb was sent to the University of Vanderbilt in Nashville, Tennessee. This package, similar to previous ones, was intended for a professor at Vanderbilt. However, it was not the professor who was in range of the blast, but instead his young secretary. The secretary at the desk in front of the professor's office received the package, and upon moving it, the bomb exploded. Similar to the bomb at Lake Forest, it caused extreme injury. A young Janet Smith was horribly mutilated by burns and deep cuts she received from the bomb. So now Ted's had an effective bomb that didn't hit his intended target. Ted's reaction to this in his journal was frustration, not that it got the wrong person, but that the bomb still wasn't lethal. And of course, a package at Tennessee further expands the possible targets the Unabomber could be aiming at. As authorities continue to scramble to try to find something to lead them to who may be responsible, only 2 months later, on July the 2nd of 1982, Ted sends out another explosive. This bomb was sent to the University of California at Berkeley. Now, this target does make some sense to us because, as we know, Berkeley is where Ted worked as a professor. But to investigators, this seems to be just a random college. This bomb went to an engineering professor named Diogenes Angelakos, and he was hit by the explosive. However, similar to the previous two victims, he wasn't fatally injured, just significantly physically injured. I should also mention that at this point, it seems to be an act of divine intervention that these people are surviving. These bombs are certainly powerful enough and have the required amount of shrapnel in the packaging of the device itself to kill someone who's close enough to be holding it. And there's receiving injuries that, if at the right places in the body, would prove fatal. But thankfully, no one's died yet. However, Ted is getting more and more frustrated that he hasn't got a kill. In his writings, Ted says that he is more determined to make these things effective, to more tightly pack the elements so that the combustion is larger, and to increase the size of the packages if need be, to put more accelerant. Keep in mind, as all this is happening, Ted is maintaining his local visits to the library and the general stores around Lincoln. The FBI during this time was growing increasingly frustrated with what little clues they had. See, after the bombings in Chicago and the one that got onto an airplane, the leading theory the FBI had initially is that perhaps this person is a previous flight mechanic. Maybe that's why they tried to target an American Airlines flight. And perhaps he attended some form of engineering school at one of the universities in Illinois. That would explain things like, for one, his targets, but also his technical know-how of how to assemble these explosives. But now there's targets at Utah, Tennessee, California. Some of the theories they had turned out to be kind of close, even if incidental. Like, for one, the presence of wood in an explosive is rare, so maybe they thought there was some kind of nature or forest element to the crimes. The president of United Airlines was named Percy Wood, so wood, maybe that has something to do with it. And while it's most likely Ted was using wood partially as a statement about trees itself, but also because that's just what he had available, they were correct in the assumption that these crimes were related to nature. But they couldn't establish a solid MO as to why he's picking the targets that he is. Because even if his goal is to save nature or to commit these crimes in the name of nature, he's not attacking people who are leading deforestation efforts or who are, tearing up terrain to build new factories or what have you. He was doing that stuff locally, and people were none the wiser. Like, he was vandalizing equipment around Lincoln. But of course, the feds don't know about that, so they just see someone who's really got a problem with colleges and planes for some reason. Yeah. Also, remember how Ted would leave initials like FC on the sides of pieces of the explosive he knew would be intact? Well, at this point, he had added a few more red herrings to the equation. On one bomb, he had written in a piece that was not destroyed in the blast the phrase, "Woo, it works," implying that in building the bomb, he was speaking, or whoever was writing this, was speaking to a companion named Wu to inform Wu that the explosive is working correctly. Again, further propagating the idea that this is some large group rather than just Ted himself. So while the authorities are chasing their tails on that, Ted takes 3 years before he releases another explosive. In hindsight, we know that this 3-year gap was for him to amass a lot of material because in 1985, Ted would send out 4 bombs. It seems that Ted was fed up with not getting lethal results, so he is going to do everything in his power to change that. On May 15th of 1985, he sent his first of this batch of 5 explosives, again, to Berkeley. Again, these bombs were designed with a sort of timer that after the timer went off, the bomb would be armed, and then significant motion or opening the package would cause it to blow. This is how the bombs are able to do things like pass through the mail system and not blow up until they hit their target. However, the first person to make contact with this bomb at Berkeley was not a professor, but instead a graduate student, now Air Force captain, named John Hauser. Because, while John didn't die, he did lose 4 fingers, lost vision in his left eye, and severed an artery in his arm. Had it not been for John's know-how of how to stop the bleed and nearby emergency services, he would have bled out. Authorities now see that 2 explosives have been sent to Berkeley. This hadn't happened since the 2 to Northwestern at the beginning of the bombing campaign. So they began to look for connections of people who had problems with Berkeley, and while they were onto something with that, there was never any tangible evidence or even colloquial evidence between people at Berkeley that Ted Kaczynski would have a problem with them. I mean, sure, he quit his job, but just because someone quits their job doesn't mean they're going to try to blow up the school. 1 month later, on June the 13th, another bomb would be sent, this one to the Boeing Company office in Auburn, Washington. However, thankfully, this bomb was successfully defused. Anyone who works at an airline or college was paranoid of packages around this time, so someone reported a suspicious package and the authorities were able to defuse it. And from what they found from this intact bomb, it had seen that Ted was getting more precise with his experiments. Previously unsealed sides of the package itself were coated with a sort of epoxy. Instead of individual timers or detonators, there were now fail-safe systems built in to ensure that the package would explode. His pipe bombs were larger and with a more solid construction, meaning that in combination with the sealed chamber that the bomb would have detonated in would cause larger blasts. The FBI also began to find forensic evidence in the explosives, but similar to the writings like FC and Wu, these would also turn out to be a dead end. And the reason they were a dead end is because, for one, Ted was very meticulous to not leave any hairs or any residue on the devices themselves as to not get caught, but now he was adding purposefully false DNA. See, the way Ted would go about these bombing sprees is he would load up his explosives, at least this series of explosives of 1985, into a backpack and just take a bus. So Ted was loading up on explosives, taking a bus out west, and then delivering them at local post offices. And it turns out, on the bus trip there, he would stop at like gas station bathrooms and pick up a bunch of random hairs he found on the floor and sprinkle them inside of the explosive so that if the FBI finds a hair and then does a whole analysis on it, it will be of just some random guy who was at a gas station in Utah. At this point, Ted's effectively playing with authorities because he knows he can get away with it. On November the 15th of 1985, his next package would be delivered to the University of Michigan. This package was intended for a psychology professor named James McConnell. However, McConnell's research assistant, Nicholas Suino, was holding the bomb at the moment of detonation. McConnell only experienced temporary hearing loss and was a bit shaken from the blast. But Suino received significant burns and scratches. But once again, thankfully, no one was killed. Ted became furious by this. He was so mad that despite his efforts, no one was dying. So it seems that with his next explosive, he wanted to ensure firsthand that someone was going to die. And sadly, this time, he got what he wanted. On December 11th of 1985, Ted Kaczynski traveled to Sacramento, California. He had attached the explosive itself to a piece of lumber. To anyone who was none the wiser, it would just look like junk. So,
we're going to take a break. We've been live for 4 hours. We're back. And we talked about the Unabomber and his bombings. We're not going to talk about the manifesto, because who gives a fuck about the manifesto? I'm sorry. I don't care about the manifesto. Oh, but that's the most important part. Nah, I disagree. We're going to find some more videos. But in the meantime, thank you for watching. We're going to switch over to Twitter.